Alright folks, this is Rick Robinson, Programming Director here at K98Talk.com. And again, I just have to say this, and I'm going to say it till tornado season is over. Mother Nature is a bipolar witch who seems to have misplaced her meds. As you can hear from the fact that I have a dog going nuts in the background, and you're probably hearing the rumble of the thunder, because it's reverberating through the entire studio. We are under a severe thunderstorm watch again, so at this point in time, what I'm going to be doing is loading up some replays, because nobody wants to hear me run away screaming like a little girl if it's time to go into the hidey hole. Okay, no, not seriously, I don't do that, but you might hear my children doing it, and maybe even my wife, because they don't do this stuff very well. So anyway, my plan is to try to be back with you tomorrow. So for those of you listening on Spreaker, give me just a second to get the tune-in feed up, and then what you're going to hear is basically 5 hours of Polititainment without me, because I may have to run away again. Yeah, fun times. So yeah, just for the record, Mother Nature, I hate you. You are bipolar. Someone needs to find your meds for you, and you need to go away. Alright, so without further ado, and just so you don't keep hearing sirens going off and everything else that's going on in my neck of the woods right now, here's some Polititainment, and hopefully I'll be back with you guys tomorrow, weather permitting, because, yeah, apparently we may be in for this stuff all the way through, like, Saturday. They've even canceled some proms and stuff, so people are really starting to freak out. Anyway, I'll see you when I see you. Nothing else, just check in on Twitter. I'll let you know if I'm still breathing.
K98Talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny.
You know what time it is, so sit back and get ready for the Stafford Voice, your dose of conservative in a world of liberal.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for another week. I hope you are doing great. Apparently, I don't know what the heck is going on with everything tonight. I'm trying to play, my wife and I are trying to play some Uno while doing the show, and maybe I shouldn't be doing that. But I am your host, Daniel Stafford, and you are listening to the Stafford Voice, where we are conservative in a world of liberal. And tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about, personal accountability. And maybe just overall accountability, that is. So, before we jump into all of that good stuff, I want you to know there are many ways you can listen. So, wherever you're at, set this channel as a favorite. Whatever you have to do so you don't get left behind. And if for some strange, crazy reason you do, you can catch the replay. So just sit tight. There is no need to panic. I've got you. And in the case you aren't already following on social media, find me on Twitter at Stafford Voice, as well as on Facebook. All you got to do is just search for the Stafford Voice. And while you're over on the Facebooks or the Twitter, do us a favor and follow Polititainment as well. Also, stay up to date with anything and everything that comes out over at thestaffordvoice.com or polititainment.net. Also, I need you to do me a big, huge favor and make sure you send some love to the crew over at K98 Talk, K98Talk.com. Awesome group of guys and gals, and they just have embraced us with open arms, and we love them for it, so make sure you send some love their way. Also, while you're over there at K98 Talk, click the little button that sends you to the chat room and hit it up with all the good people over there, like-minded individuals, conservatives, libertarians, Republicans. It doesn't matter what you are. We love you no matter what. Okay, like I said, my wife and I, we're sitting here trying to play It's her turn, by the way. I just dealt. We're trying to play a game of Uno. A good childhood game. By the way, I just got skipped. So let me give you the background of why we're doing this tonight. And that's because we are Latter-day Saints. We're Mormons. And one of the things that Mormons are known for is a little thing called family. And one of the things that we do in Mormon culture is every Monday night we set aside one night a week to what we call family night or family home evening. And it's where we try and shut down from everything else that the world has, and we're kind of counseled to do that on Monday nights. And for the last year or more, we have been doing family home evening night while doing a show. By the way, she just called Uno, so I really got to get my game on. This is going to be sad. My inaugural debut of Uno live on air, and she beats me. The last time she beat me, we didn't play Uno for like 4 or 5 years. Yeah, she says it was longer than that. We're just going to limit it to like 3 or 4 years because I don't know, man. Okay. I really got to focus on what we're talking about here. We were talking about family home evening, and we do it on Monday nights, and we've gotten a little lax in doing it. So tonight I wanted to have a little fun with her also while talking to you guys and try and play Uno because I think I just lost. Oh, good. We're still in the game. Okay. 100 years ago, is it April? Yeah, this is still April. April in 1915. April 1915 was when our church officially talked about doing that, having family home evenings and making sure we were spending time with our families. So this is really kind of fun, and hopefully the loser doesn't have to dish out the cupcakes. You'll kind of get the cupcake reference here in just a second. So, you know what? Let's just dive right into it. You know, you guys know that I love my wife, so we're going to spend some time. We're spending some time together live here on the air, and I got her with that last card. This week, the Supreme Court they're scheduled to talk about same-sex marriage, and this is where the whole idea of having cupcakes for a snack. No, we did finish off the brownies last week. We finished off the brownies. Luckily, there was no extraterrestrial type of ingredients in them. But this week we've got cupcakes in honor of this court case that just recently came out. No, and I'm sorry, they are not gluten-free cupcakes. They are filled with gluten. They're filled with bad stuff. And so, yes, I am going to indulge. Because right now I really don't care. You only live once. And so, we're living on the edge. So about this Supreme Court, like I said, they're going to talk about same-sex marriage. And I've told you before that ideas have consequences. And the LGBTQ mafia is out there doing more harm than good. Take for instance this. There's a company, what used to be a company, in Oregon called Sweet Cakes. And this was a Christian-owned company. And back in January of 2013, this same-sex couple, their names were Rachel and Laurel. They walk into Sweet Cakes, and they sat down with the guy, with Aaron. So Sweet Cakes is owned by Aaron and his wife, Melissa Klein. Melissa and their last name's Klein. So the Kleins have owned Sweet Cakes. They did it just to make a couple of bucks and have fun doing it at the same time. So they sat down with Aaron, and he's like, okay, well, give me the names of the groom and the bride, and let's start talking about what kind of cake we can provide for you. And so they looked at each other, and they looked at Aaron, and they said, well, we're the ones getting married. He politely looked at them and said, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to turn you down. We can't make you a cake. It just doesn't go with... Man, she's killing me over here. It just doesn't fit with what we believe. Now, this goes along with what I had said earlier on, and that was personal accountability. I'm extremely open and accountable with a lot of people. I force myself to make myself accountable, because without accountability, I'm just going to be out there floating around, not getting a lot of stuff done. Well, they were so accountable to Aaron and Melissa, the Kleins, they were so accountable to their Christian beliefs that they turned this same-sex couple away. And next thing you know, the Oregon Bureau of Labor and Industries showed up on their doorstep with charges. This was because Rachel and Laurel decided that they submitted a long list of alleged physical and emotional and mental damages that they claim to have experienced because the Kleins turned them down. Now, this list is absolutely ridiculous. I'm just only going to read you a few of these and see if your mind is as blown as mine. My wife is shaking her head right now just looking at a list of these. They listed 88, somewhere between 80 and 90 different symptoms. Things such as acute loss of confidence, anger, anxiety. They had concern for privacy at home. They had impaired digestion. They were impatient. They had insomnia. There was an insult to their dignity. So this is how... Look, maybe we should have saved this segment for our Who Said That, where we hold people's feet to the fire and call them out. They had insomnia, so they had problems sleeping, so much so that not only did they not sleep, one of the symptoms they had was excessive sleep. They also listed embarrassment, exhaustion, fear of not being able to get another job. They had a loss of sleep, loss of human dignity, pride, motivation. They even had loss of appetite. They had some resentment. They were sad. They were surprised. Oh, they had headaches. Holy cow, I get headaches all the time. They were stressed. They had sleeplessness. They were feeling isolated. And listen, here's one of the best ones of all. This makes me want to bang my head on the wall. They felt... Yes, exactly. Yes, I'm just catching up to it now, and thanks for catching it. If you're joining us in the chat room, somebody threw out there, yes, they caught me when I had read loss of appetite. Well, then they don't need the cake then. Exactly right. Yeah. So, get this. This right here threw me... I'm getting ready to fall out of my chair right now. They felt mentally raped, dirty, and shameful. I mean... Heaven forbid any of you out there right now are listening who have been sexually assaulted. Okay, I my heart, I feel for you. I have never been placed in that situation. But is this same-sex couple trying to diminish the idea of being raped? Or any other sexual problems that may have been thrown at anybody? Look, this is absolutely ridiculous. The fact that a court... Oh, yeah. They had an upset stomach. They had weight gain. But how in the hell could they have weight gain if they didn't have a... They didn't have an appetite? And yes, one of the stated problems was not wanting husband to touch her. Now, wait a minute. Is this a same-sex lesbian couple? Their names were Rachel and Laurel. How in the... Which one was the husband? Okay. I don't know who the hell the judge was in this. The judge should have thrown this out and said, "Get the hell out of here. There's a problem with you. Go see a psychiatrist." Before you try and bring an ignorant lawsuit like this. Oh, good heavens. Is it my turn? Yes. God, I need some cupcakes. This is absolutely ridiculous. And you know what? Let's change the story because this is so stupid. I don't want to talk about Rachel or Rocky, whatever the hell his or her name is, or Lauren or Laurel, or she has no laurels. But oh God, if she throws me another draw two card, I'm gonna start screaming, and it's gonna get ugly up in here, up in the hizzy. Okay. Enough about that. Okay, there are two main things that really get to me, and you guys know this. We've talked about it before. Breast cancer and our veterans. I absolutely love our veterans. I would do anything and everything for them. The few years that I served was not enough for me to feel like I'm saying an adequate thank you. And thank you to all of our veterans, men and women, young and old. But this whole crap about the VA really, really ticks me off. And I'm gonna quote something here in a bit that's probably going to throw you guys over the edge because it really ticks me off. Of all of the wars, one of the ones that really gets to my heart is the Vietnam War. So first off, let's go through the timeline real quick about some of this stuff. So last year, it comes out, the scandal erupts with the VA. And in February, we get a new secretary, Robert McDonald. The new VA secretary, McDonald, in an interview just recently, this was within the last couple of months, he said that 60 people were involved. 60 people that were involved had been fired. Of course, shortly after that, they had to clarify that number to only 14 people who had been removed from their jobs, while 60 other people had received lesser punishments. So, get this. New internal documents show that the real number of people removed from their jobs is, sadly, not 60, not 14, it's smaller than that. And at most, it's only 3. This comes from the New York Times. Is that me? Sorry, I'm getting it handed to me playing Uno still. That's alright, I got a couple secret weapons in my arsenal. Okay, so the New York Times said that they got new documents, and these new documents came from they were given to the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, and they were provided to the New York Times to take a look at as well. And it showed that the department punished, of 280,000 employees, only 8 were punished who were involved in the scandal. 1 was fired. 1 retired in lieu of termination. 1's termination is pending, and the other 5, well, they were reprimanded or either suspended for up to 2 months. The only person fired during this, because of this whole scandal, was the director of the Phoenix Hospital, Sharon Hellman, who technically really was removed for not because of her role in manipulating the waiting lists, but because she was receiving, quote, inappropriate gifts. And that's according to the department. So, where are we at now? Check this out. There's a new blame game. Is that me? Okay. There's a new blame game going on right now. Now, the VA is having... It pains me to say this. Now they're saying that the VA has so many problems because veterans are getting older. No crap! People get old, they don't get younger. There's no flippin' magic pill. Holy Hannah. So, get this. Here's what the new VA Secretary Robert McDonald was saying. He said that the VA system was overwhelmed by complex medical needs of an older veteran population, and that problem was compounded by expanded healthcare benefits and a shortage of doctors and nurses. He says, quote, again, this comes straight from McDonald. Not McDonald's where you go and you get the sugar-soaked fries. Those things are disgusting. To be quite honest, I would rather eat a biggie-size fry of McDonald's sugar-soaked fries than to listen to McDonald and put up with this ignorant statement where he says, quote, "Our veteran population, particularly the population who fought during the Vietnam War, is aging. And the aging of that population is what created the stress on the system." Sound familiar? The VA is the canary in the coal mine. Listen here, jackass. Now, if any of you out there have a way to get this to him so he can hear what I have to say, I'd really like to throat punch this piece of crap. This guy really pisses me off. Those guys went over there without any idea what was going to happen. They saw some of the worst atrocities that anybody could ever see. And now we're trying to say that the VA is the canary in the coal mine and talk about how this relates to Obamacare? Piss off, jackass! Yeah, it's an aging population. Are we going to see this again when our men and women start aging who fought in Afghanistan and Iraq? Yeah, it's going to happen again. But you know what? You're the guy who was picked to head the damn organization. This falls on you. You're the piece of crap who doesn't have the goddamn balls to get up there and fire anybody. I don't care about the paperwork bullcrap. You've got the power. Shut the damn thing down. I'm sorry, but I get really pissed off when people start bad-mouthing our veterans, especially when you are in the position to try and make things right. We'll be right back.
You'll be able to keep your health care plan. This is the most transparent administration in history. Not even a smidgen of corruption.
Fact is, we had 4 dead Americans. What difference at this point does it make?
If you got a business, you didn't build that.
The feeling most people get when they hear Barack Obama's speech, I felt this thrill going up my leg. I don't have that too often.
Steady.
It's time to hear the truth about America's biggest challenges. Ricky Robinson, host of America Off the Rails, will tackle the important issues facing America today as he tries to keep America from coming off the track. Get ready to hear the truth every Monday through Friday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, and on Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern and 11 Central here on K98Talk.com and the Spark Radio Network.
Welcome to the face. Welcome to the face of the new democracy.
Good day to you. As a distinguished gentleman, I need a serious source of news. One that doesn't waste my time when I'm enjoying my tea and crumpets.
White powdered! White powdered!
One that catches the most important stories of the day.
The poop plane.
Was it jet poop? Real serious nonsense. Mondays, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, now on K98 Talk.
I'm gonna just move in another direction towards the classy.
We'll be classy and not say dildo.
They're completely different.
Back when he was in grade school, the only crayons he ever cared about were the red one, the white one, and the blue one.
The Stafford Voice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I am your host, Daniel Stafford, host of the Stafford Voice. And look, I got to catch you up on what just happened during the break. I didn't get one cupcake ate. I laid the smack down on some Uno, okay? I had like 8 cards, and right before she throws like this draw 4, before it was my turn, so I drew my cards. I had like a total of 8 cards. And she called out blue. So I said, okay, fine. So I just start laying cards down. Next thing you know, I got 2, and she throws another draw 4. God! Oh, man. She's killing me. Okay. Now, look, one of our hobbies is reading. Both of us absolutely love to read, and we are always on the go. I don't know about my wife, but I personally cannot remember the last time I could just sit down and read. It was like never. Seems like forever ago. And, well, I don't have time to stop and read, but I do have a smartphone and a tablet and a subscription to Audible.com. We can be driving down the road, or I can be out cutting the grass. She can be in the kitchen cooking dinner, or downstairs helping with laundry, or I can be going to the bathroom, but I know she's sitting right there next to me, but don't tell her that's why I use her tablet when I go to the bathroom. Anyway, so listen, you can get caught up on all the great books you want to read, but you just don't have time to. And listen, this deal is so awesome. You need a subscription to Audible.com. And because you listen to the Polititainment group, you are going to get a free 30 days, no strings attached trial to Audible.com. All you have to do in order to get this is 2 things. You either go to audibletrial.com/Polititainment, or you can go to Polititainment.net and click that fancy little button we got over there, and it will pretty much do all the work for you. On top of that 30 days, no strings attached, you're going to get a free book, and it's going to show you how awesome Audible.com is. And because it's part of Amazon, listen, there are like hundreds and thousands of books to choose from. One of the ones I've got in my queue is it's Mark Levin's book. I've read it before, but I want to hear it again. I took notes all over it when I read through it the first time, so I'll probably never be able to read through it in paper form. So I'll just listen to it, because there's so much good stuff in there. But I want you guys to be able to take advantage of it also. So head on over there to audibletrial.com/Polititainment or Polititainment.net. Now, wait a minute. You didn't call Uno.
I did too.
When you did not call... I just lost. Oh, well. I'm going to sit over here and eat my cupcake, my watermelon cupcake, watermelon-flavored cupcakes. That's right. We talked about the LGBTQ mafia and how they can't have cakes. Well, I've got watermelon-flavored cupcakes, and I'm going to eat them too. Okay, well, look, we got to get back on schedule. I love history, and we started this a couple of weeks ago, where we talk about something that happened on this day in history. And on today, in 1805, you remember a couple of weeks ago we talked about the chess pieces and this and that, and I kind of talked about the shores of Tripoli, the Marines hymn. Well, this is kind of the story behind that story. In 1805, the Battle of Dern, it was part of the First Barbary Wars, and it kind of started in 1804, where the former consul to Tunis, his name was William Eaton. Speaking of which, we need to take another break so I can eat this cupcake. I can't eat and talk. I guess I can. But so William Eaton returned to the Mediterranean he was given a title of naval agent to the Barbary States. And, well, Eaton was given permission from the U.S. government to back the claim of this guy named Hamit Karamanli. Wow. You get tongue-tied trying to say half these names. Well, Hamit was the rightful heir to the throne of Tripoli, and he had been deposed by his brother. His brother's name was Yusuf Karamanli. I can't even say that slow. And so Yusuf and Hamit were brothers, and Yusuf took over Hamit's spot. And, well, so it was kind of, Hamit wanted his seat back. Well, so we sent a detachment of Marines over to Eaton under the command of First Lieutenant Presley O'Bannon. Well, fast forward up until this day in history, where in the end, in 1805, it was a victory that was led by this detachment of Marines against the forces of the Ottoman Tripolitania, basically, which was a portion of the Ottoman Empire. It was the first recorded land battle the U.S. fought overseas. Well, First Lieutenant O'Bannon was presented a Mameluke sword by Hamit, which Hamit, again, was the guy we were trying to help get his rightful seat back. And, well, so he was given this sword by Hamit, who was the Ottoman Empire viceroy, on December 8th, and which happened after the decisive battle that led up to all of this. But as a gesture of respect, the sword was given, and as praise for what the Marines did. And the design of this sword was actually adopted by the U.S. Marines, and it's that famous kind of slightly curved sword that they use, that they still carry to this day. And this particular battle, the Battle of Dern, is what inspired that famous line during the Marines' hymn, where it says, "To the shores of Tripoli." It's just fascinating little tidbit there that I thought I'd like to share with you guys. Something a little lighter than talking about cake companies being forced to close their doors because they didn't make a cake for somebody. Anyhow, we are up to another break, and sadly, I am resigning from Uno for the night. She handily beat me. I'm going to go eat some cupcakes, and we'll be right back.
K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level, or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com.
Hey everybody, this is Jason, host of According to Me. I'd like to invite you to check out my show. It's a 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes in... listen, I hate to interrupt, but one thing I can do is read off a script. Just say, let me be clear a lot. It works. President Obama, I can handle this. It's a radio promo. I'm not green. I've done this before. Did someone say green? Now, Al Gore is here. Listen, I'm just trying to record a radio promo. Do you mind? Now, do you say good things about me on the show? No, not at all. But if it makes you feel any better, I rip on Republicans just as much. The AM radio frequencies give off very high levels of radiation. Look, my show is on the internet, which you invented. Can I just do my promo? I got a pen. I can veto that, you know. I know you got a pen. It's not a law. It's a radio promo. Listen, just listen to my show. Barack Obama and Al Gore hate it, so you're going to love it. Here's an executive order. Don't listen to his show. He doesn't like me. He's racist. And he doesn't recycle either. That's it. I'm done. It's According to Me, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here.
Mark your calendar for May 21st through the 23rd for the Southern Republican Leadership Conference in Oklahoma City. K98 Talk's Rick Robinson and Grouchy from the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show will be there to cover each day's events. Join them at the conference to hear keynote Republican speakers. Now, here's Oklahoma Governor Mary Fallin.
On behalf of the Oklahoma Republican Party and the entire Southern Republican Leadership Conference Committee, welcome to Oklahoma City, ranked by the National Geographic as one of the must-see places in the world in 2015. I'm Oklahoma Governor Mary Fallin, and the road to win back the White House begins in Oklahoma City with a Southern Republican Leadership Conference. Your participation in this historic conference is crucial to the conservative cause and energizing America. The 2016 presidential election promises to be the most important election in our lifetime, and the choices that we make in the next 2 years will define America for the next generation. We're excited to host you in Oklahoma as we begin our shared Republican journey towards capturing the White House and getting this country back on track.
Don't miss this opportunity to hear well-known leaders from the Republican Party as they discuss the upcoming presidential race for 2016 and where they stand on issues facing America today. It starts May 21st and runs through the 23rd. To register, go online to okgop.com or contact the Oklahoma Republican Party. Seats are going fast, so register today.
We've done the research. He is the long-lost brother of Flava Flav. The Stafford Voice, boy!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. I'm not going to hang my head in shame after a valiant effort on my part to beat my wife at a game of Uno. It's okay. I let her win. It's the good thing that husbands do, right? I'm totally joking. She totally handed it to me. I still had like 7 cards left. I didn't even see her point to the Uno because she didn't want to yell out, Uno! While I was trying to talk. And anyway, whatever. Anyway. Okay, so each week, somebody out there says something so stupid that proves people can be too stupid to insult. And this week is, yes, another episode of Who Said That. And okay, so Who Said That? It's a little segment where we like to call people out. It doesn't matter if you are Republican, Democrat, Liberal, conservative, libertarian, doesn't matter. You'll get called out. And this week is someone who is probably so stupid they couldn't even pour out a boot of pee if the instructions were on the heel. Listen, this guy is so... You just need to hear what he has to say. This poor gentleman is so confused. Just have a listen.
Dr. Murthy, your confirmation was held up in Congress after you had tweeted, I believe this is a quote, "Guns are a healthcare issue." Mm-hmm. What did you mean by that? More gun control laws? What?
Here's what I would say, and here's what I meant when I wrote that tweet. Violence of all kinds is a public health issue. When you have large numbers of people dying for preventable causes, that's a healthcare issue. That's a public health issue. And that's what I said. That's, in fact, what C. Everett Koop said when he was Surgeon General. And that's what the leading medical and nursing organizations have said for many years. I want to find a way that we can reduce violence in America. And I think you would be hard-pressed to find parents or families of victims or healthcare practitioners who would disagree.
Do I properly note any significance to the fact that you don't seem to be calling for more gun control laws?
Well, what I'm calling for is for more common sense. We may see various issues around violence as highly politicized because of how they're covered or how they're spoken about in public settings. These problems that we face are not problems that one party or one sector can solve on their own, but it's going to take real partnership and working together across the community that will help us address the great healthcare challenges that our country is facing.
Okay, so that was the newly appointed Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy. That was a recent interview on NPR. And kudos to the host for bringing up that controversial tweet where he tweeted out that guns are a healthcare issue and asking him what he really meant by that. However, this sad little confused boy has no idea what he's talking about, where he says what he meant by that was that violence of all kinds is a public health issue. Yeah, kind of like what we're seeing over in Baltimore. Again, people need to be held accountable for what they're doing. I'm not going to talk about what happened in Baltimore because I don't know all of the facts. And unfortunately, a town is being torn to shreds again without knowing all of the facts. But I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that he did not answer the question. Guns are only an issue for healthcare when someone gets shot. I actually got in a debate on Facebook one day, this was quite a while ago, where everybody was talking about how we needed to ban guns, this and that, because guns kill people. And so I just basically threw it out there that, look, people kill people. Guns are just the way. Saying that guns kill people is equivalent to spoons or forks who make people fat. No, it's people who eat a lot of food that make them fat. The spoon didn't make you fat. So I proposed to this person to conduct an experiment. I would come over, and because this was a person who was local to me, and I had said, why don't we conduct an experiment? I'll either come over to your house or you can come over to mine, and what we'll do is I will lay my pistol in the middle of the living room floor, fully loaded, and what we will do is we will wait for it to start randomly shooting. And wow, the names started. Immediately got started. I was immediately called names and other things. But this was all because they lacked reason and lacked common sense. Look, guns are only a healthcare issue because people who have mental problems go out and kill people. Sane people do not go out and just start charging movie theaters and killing people. That doesn't happen. That's when guns become a public health issue. When someone who doesn't need to have access to a gun has a gun. Murthy never really answered the question. Murthy is another pawn in the administration's game. He's just a puppet. The administration pulls the strings, finds whoever it is that fits their stereo, fits whoever it is that's out there that's going to do whatever they want him to do. Look, this guy hasn't been a doctor very long. He doesn't have the experience necessary to be considered to be the Surgeon General. Great, you read a book. I read books too. Does that make me a brain surgeon? No. Last thing you want is me conducting brain surgery, because, they do that stuff while you're awake. I'll be the guy over there poking things and making your arms flail all over the place or your feet fly up in the air. I'll find that button that makes you laugh uncontrollably. But listen, accountability is key. You can ban guns all you want, but it still doesn't take guns out of the hands of criminals. Criminals are always going to be criminals. They're always going to do something illegal. If you tell them it's illegal to drive your car down the highway, what are they going to do? They're going to get a car, and they're going to drive down the highway. It sounds absurd, but you have to illustrate the absurd with the absurd. It's like suing the spoon manufacturer because spoons make people fat. Suing the cake company because they refuse to make you a cake when you don't fit what they stand for. It's all about personal accountability. If you don't have any, you've got serious issues. You need to figure out who you are. Don't push your agenda. Don't force it. You can have a civil conversation. Look, that lesbian couple, that same-sex couple who walked into Small Cakes and said, will you make us a cake? And the owner says, look, I'm sorry, I can't. I have no problems with that. I don't disagree with either party. The thing that I disagree with is when you go out and you want to bring a lawsuit because somebody didn't bake you a cake. If you stand on moral grounds and you stand for what you believe in and you are accountable to those who you need to be accountable to, it's none of the government's business. It's nobody else's business but yours. Who cares if you didn't get a cake? We've got bigger issues than who is baking cakes as fast as they can. We've got bigger issues where we have the Secretary of the Veterans Administration getting up there and blaming veterans for the problems in the VA. We've got bigger problems when a criminal like Hillary Rotten Clinton is out there accepting and changing policy and accepting bribes and donations to the sum of millions, and some people are adding it up over billions. It's absurd. We've got bigger problems than worrying about cakes. We've got to hold these people accountable. We really do. Now, I can tell that we are at the end of our show. And that's all the time we've got for this week. And God willing, the Stafford Voice, I, your host, Daniel Stafford, will be back next week. Again, you can follow me on Twitter at Stafford Voice. Look me up on the Facebooks as well by searching for the Stafford Voice. Email any questions or comments you have about anything to Daniel at Polititainment.net. Thank you so much for your time tonight, and until next week, thanks and God bless.
Before we get this podcast started, we want to let you in on a little something. If you shop on Amazon like, I don't know, everybody, instead of going straight to Amazon.com to do your shopping, do your friends at Polititainment a favor. You see, Polititainment.net is an Amazon partner. So here's what that means if you want to shop on Amazon. Instead of going to Amazon.com directly, go to Polititainment.net. You'll see an Amazon banner at the top of the page. You click on that banner, and it takes you to Amazon. You buy stuff like always, but a portion of everything you buy goes to Polititainment. Shop on Amazon and help us grow at the same time. Again, just go to Polititainment.net and click on the Amazon banner at the top of the page. Now, enjoy the show.
This should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area.
20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9.
Joining me at this time is radio talk show host and conservative media lightning rod Jason DeWilkins.
I appreciate you, brother, for having me.
Dude, I'm about to start seriously calling you my brother from another mother, because you are saying the same things that I've been saying.
In this hour, you will be informed, entertained, and possibly offended. From the Kensington Place Studios, it's time for According to Me.
From the Kensington Place Studios, this is According to Me, Barack Obama and John Boehner's second most hated internet radio program, the 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes. And folks, glad that you're here this evening. We're having some issues in the chat room, so if you're trying to join me in the chat on K98talk.com/chat-room, I'm sorry, man. I can't chat with you like I normally like to do during the show, but keep trying. I'm going to keep trying to do so through the episode as well, see if I can get in there and chat with you guys as the show goes on, because I always want to get your feedback and interaction. But because I can't do it in the chat room, we're going to do it a little different this week, and that is you can communicate with me, not necessarily during the show if the chat room's down, but you can do it on Twitter, You could easily always do that, and that's by following me on Twitter at ATM_show. That is at ATM_SHOW, where you get a slice of classic liberalism and ADHD in 140 characters or less. And also, while you're on the Twitters, follow at Polititainment. All that good stuff. Keep up with us in regards to your social media presence. We're on Facebook as well, both the According to Me show on Facebook as well as Polititainment. And Polititainment.net. Check out our website with more and more stuff happening every single day. 5 podcasts now under the Polititainment umbrella, if you will. Cranky had a great article earlier this week. Bill, as always, cranks out stuff. Sarge has stuff that's out there every once in a while, too. Just really good contributors and really good people that you need to read their stuff and spread it all over the interwebs, like I know you want to do. Lots to talk about this evening, so glad that you guys are here. Normally, I'm kind of joined on the show by my producer, Rick Robinson, and Rick is not going to be joining me this week, so I hope your thoughts and prayers are with him. He happens to be, K98 Talk, by the way, it's based out of Oklahoma, and he happens to be in Oklahoma. And this time of year, Oklahoma, yeah, you can connect the dots. So I was chatting with him earlier today, and he's like, let's just hope I don't get hit by a tornado. And I'm like, yep, why don't you just not worry about producing me tonight? So I'm flying solo here, but that's okay. I'm used to this whole solo thing. So you're going to be stuck with me for the next, 2 hours. That lasts 60 minutes. So it's really only 60 minutes long. And we have lots to cover this evening. Now, when you look at what happened just 4 months ago in regards to J. Sweet Charlie, you had celebrities up in arms. You had celebrities outraged at what happened. You look at what Tina Fey said after the shootings, the terrorism that took place in Paris, and she said that obviously this is a terrible and tragic and upsetting situation. It makes you remember how important free speech is, and it must be defended. We must all stand firm on the issue of free speech. We are Americans, Tina Fey said. Even if it's just dumb jokes in the interview, we have the right to make them. Again, this was just 4 months ago. This was Charlie Hebdo, right? This was J. Sweet Charlie. It was a popular, hip thing to do. You could put that on the Twitters, and you show that you had solidarity with Charlie Hebdo, right? Julianne Moore is heartbroken by the loss that happened and the attack of freedom and expression that happened today. Hashtag J. Sweet Charlie. See, she's in on it too. And don't forget, Kung Fu Panda himself, the Panda-in-Chief, President Obama had his own thoughts on J. Sweet Charlie. He's like, the fact that this was an attack on journalists, an attack on free press, also underscores that these terrorists fear freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And universal belief in the freedom of expression is something that can't be silenced because of the senseless violence of a few. Okay? You heard that again. He's with J. Sweet Charlie. Hashtag J. Sweet Charlie, right? Obama's with it. Helen Mirren, Kathy Bates, they show up at the Golden Globes. They have signs that say J. Sweet Charlie, showing their support of Charlie Hebdo, right? And the 12 people who were killed at their offices in Paris that week. Now, here's the thing. That happened in France. And celebrities in the media lost their mind over freedom of speech and freedom of the press when this happened. The left all of a sudden found itself quoting the United States Constitution to justify their anger and to justify your anger. And this just in, France doesn't fall under the Constitution, but I digress. I get where you're coming from. Now, J. Sweet Charlie in French means I am Charlie. So how come Julianne Moore isn't using hashtag I am Garland? Why didn't Helen Mirren and Kathy Bates, are they going to show up to the next big celebrity event with a I am Garland hashtag sign? They going to do that? You think Tina Fey is going to be outspoken by it? Nope. And I think we know why. See, the attack on Charlie Hebdo was an attack on the media. So the media is outraged at this violation of freedom of speech because it's against them. But now, Pamela Geller and her group, they had it coming. She has it coming to her. What the hell's her problem? 4 months later, all of a sudden, it's not okay to do that? Because the attempted terrorist attack in Texas on Sunday, and let's just be very clear, that's what it is. This administration will never say that. The media will never say that, but it's a terrorist attack. They had no problem calling it Islamic terrorism in France, but Texas? Nah. It's just some crazy people with guns that you pissed off. It's your own fault. Now, anybody with any credibility and consistency will tell you what happened in Paris and what happened in Texas is the same thing. Whether it was a group of independent people or, in a contest or cartoonists for a magazine, they were told, you can't draw Muhammad. It's blasphemy. So what did they do? Oh, yeah? Here it is. Up yours. What's the difference? I can't draw Muhammad? Watch me. That's what both groups did. But why the difference in response? Why is there not an outpouring of support? Again, why do we not see the hashtag I am Garland? I can sum it up for you. It's real simple. Besides the fact that Charlie Hebdo was a magazine. That's media. You can't silence people who write for a magazine or a newspaper or they're on TV or actors, or you can't silence that. We're professionals. You can't do that. Or you can believe that, which is true. But I think it's a combination of that and this idiocy. And there's an article written in Fusion online from Natasha Leonard. By the way, you can find her on Twitter at Natasha Leonard, Lennard. I'm asking you to find her because she's a moron. And I'm asking you to actually read her article and try not to vomit blood all over your room. It is unbelievable. But, I don't want you to vomit, but you may anyway. I've already done it for you. But I'll share a little bit of the article with you because it should make you just absolutely pissed off. Because on Charlie Rose, Jean-Baptiste Thoreau, who is part of Charlie Hebdo, was asked, "Hey, the thing that happened in Texas, what do you think about that?" And he's like, "Well, there's a big difference here." And why is that? Well, the big difference, according to the Frenchy French and according to Natasha Leonard, is, you see, Charlie Hebdo makes fun of everybody. All the religions are fair game with Charlie Hebdo. Not just, Muhammad and Islam. No, everybody. The Pope, Catholicism, just Christianity, Mormons, all of those people are made fun of. So we're equal opportunity haters here. See, the difference between, and I kid you not, let me read some of this. There is a difference, though, and it is largely one of scale and broad intent. Hebdo takes non-denominational aim. Its cartoons have mocked all religions. The offensive anti-Islamic content carries and reflects a current of Islamophobia, but the publication did not have any degrading Islam as its existential mission. Oh, so having sex with a sheep in a cartoon in a magazine, that's not degrading Islam. No. But you know what is? The Texas Muhammad cartoon competition, meanwhile, organized by Pamela Geller, was explicit in anti-Islamic intent. See, Geller is an unmitigated racist famed for plastering U.S. cities with Islamophobic posters. She's called Muslim savages. The cartoon exhibition was titled Jihad Watch, Muhammad Art Exhibit and Cartoon Contest. And so that's the difference, is this woman specifically tried to declare blasphemy against Muhammad by drawing a cartoon, and clearly racist and clearly Islamophobic. Charlie Hebdo, they hate everyone, so it's totally better. That is the rationale from this moron. And luckily, I come equipped with a bullshit detector. So let me tell you what this actually means. The reason why there's silence from the media and silence from the left and silence from the president and silence from Natasha Leonard's dumbass from Fusion is the people in Texas were led by an outspoken conservative. And again, it's Texas. It's a big red state, and big red states are Republicans, and Republicans equal racist. Whereas Charlie Hebdo is a far lefty left magazine. It's part of the media. Yeah, so it's totally fine. That's justifiable. But what Texas did is no different. But it doesn't just stop at the left. You have the leather-faced Greta Van Susteren out there blaming Geller for putting people in danger's way because, you should know better. Bill O'Reilly's dumbass is saying, well, look, it pisses him off, so you don't do it. Why'd you do it? You know what pisses me off, Bill? The daily slaughtering of Christians in the Middle East by ISIS and for no other reason other than they don't subscribe to Islam. You know what pisses me off there, Greta? People who are homosexual in the Islamic world are stoned to death and thrown off of buildings by these savage sand people. I just said it. Islamophobe. Women have no rights or very little rights whatsoever. That pisses me off, Natasha Leonard. Do they care it pisses us off? Hell no. And because I happen to live in this place called America where I have freedom of speech, I stand for everyone's right to have it. Not just others who think like I do. Occupy Wall Street has the right to speak. CARE has the right to speak. The Westboro Baptist Church has the right to speak. I don't agree with any of those. But if any other group tries to silence you, I'll be the first to defend you. Michael Moore has the right to say what he wants to say. So does Bill Maher. So does Sally Cohn. The list goes on and on and on. I remember growing up, before I realized rap sucked, I used to listen to rap as, early teens. And Ice-T had an album called Freedom of Speech. Just watch what you say. And I still remember that album title to this day. He was right. Because his point was, yeah, I have freedom of speech, but if you don't like what I say, then you shut me down. And you don't let people buy my albums. Because you don't like what my message is. So you say there's freedom of speech, but you don't agree with what I say, so I don't have freedom of speech. Well, how is that any different with this? The quickest way to lose my respect is to be inconsistent. And all of the media, celebrities, hell, even Fox News is all over the map on this. Do you believe in free speech? Do you defend free speech? If so, you should be outraged over Texas as much as you were about Paris. The only difference is you actually tried to attack people in a state where, they carry lots of guns. You had a traffic cop take these two guys out. And even if he didn't, how many people in the cartoon convention were packing that day? I bet many. This isn't about politics and what side did what. It's about freedom of speech, plain and simple. And if you listen to this show or you listen to the Polititainment shows, you know that during the commercial breaks, we play little skits and little things that make you laugh. We don't just play a couple of minutes worth of commercials to fill time. No, we actually play some things that make you laugh and change some things up. Just so you know, every single skit this week, with the exception of one, will be knocking Islam. Because I can. That's why. Again, do you defend freedom of speech? Or do you just defend the speech that you agree with? Gut check. Coming up next. Did you lose money on the Kentucky Derby or the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight? Well, I got a way to make money back, and it involves Baltimore. That's next, here on According to Me.
We count them down from 40 all the way to number 1. That is unless Allah says otherwise. I'm Mohammed Seacrest, playing all of your favorite songs, as long as they're compliant with Sharia law, of course. And you're listening to Afghanistan's Top 40. Coming in at number 9 this week is a great track from the Stoned Temple Pilots. And this is Arabian Girl, right here on AFG Top 40.
Afghanistan's Top 40.
Number 9.
Indian girl, raised up Muslim. She wanted to study the Quran, but first I showed her how to read. I think this will be the last time those infidels join us on the countdown. Don't you know you can't teach a woman to read? It's a shame, too, because they rocked. Join us next time when we're counting down your Sharia-compliant favorite songs on Afghanistan's Top 40. Mohammed Seacrest, out.
Instead of liking pictures of your friend's cat or the fact that your friend got past stage 44 on Candy Crush, why not like the According to Me show on Facebook and see everything that we talk about on the show? Just go to facebook.com/According to Me show, like the show page, and you too can be targeted by the IRS. Do it today.
We're gonna spread happiness. We're gonna spread freedom. Obama's gonna change it. Obama's gonna lead 'em.
So let me be clear. You didn't build that.
Everything he's done is clean as a whistle. He's never not only broken any law, he's never done anything wrong. He's the perfect father, the perfect husband, the perfect American.
Hey, y'all. This is Sam Janney, or the Bunny, as many of you know me by. Your friendly neighborhood bad girl of conservatism. Here to talk to you about my show. I'll talk about conservative issues, my top 10 douchebags of the week, and have some pretty badass conservative guests on the show. All that, plus me, your resident bunny with a chainsaw.
Wednesday nights will never be the same. It's Unapologetically Bunny. Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on K98.
Where it begins, I can't pretend to know when. I saved you from becoming a coat. We made it through spring and Ramadan in the summer. I got you in trade for chickpeas and goat. Hands touching hooves, reaching out, touching me, touching you. My sheep, Caroline. My 3 wives never felt so good.
So good, so good, so good.
Free Palestine. I know together that we could, but now I look at my cave and it doesn't seem so lonely. I laid out a blanket for us two. And in your herd, you proudly say I'm your owner. We have a love that's pure and true. Warm, your wool is warm. Reaching out, touching me, touching you. My sheep, Caroline. My 3 wives never felt so good.
So good, so good, so good.
Free Palestine. I know together that we could. My sheep, Caroline. My 3 wives never felt so good.
So good, so good, so good.
My sheep, Caroline. I know together that we could.
Powers combined, I am Captain Planet.
If I only would have known that his show was going to be on there, I would have never invented the internet. According to me.
Welcome back to the show, folks. So, hope you enjoyed Sheep Caroline. I know some of you are hearing that for the first time, so, bah! Again, freedom of speech, because I can. Bill O'Reilly, just so you know. Anyway, let's shift gears a little bit, folks. I know a lot of people are outraged and upset about the money they spent on the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight. It was $100. You know, some people threw down some Scooby snacks down on the Kentucky Derby, hoping they'd win some cash there. I mean, it may have been a pretty expensive weekend for a lot of people here in America, and I know what that's like. I mean, I don't gamble a lot, but that sucks, you know. And you know, again, as I stated last week on the show, I have $30 in the fact that Hillary Clinton doesn't win the presidency in 2016, which I'm feeling really good about. But I have a bet that I'm almost as confident in, and if there's a way that you want to make your money back on the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight, or you lost money on the Derby, and you're looking for a way to, you know, bring in some extra income, let me help you. Make a bet on Baltimore. It's that simple. Because I have news for you. All of the police officers that were charged last week, every single one of them, hit up your coworkers, your friends, family, whomever. Hit them all up. Every single one of those cops are going to walk. Every single one of them. They will not spend one day in jail. Mark my words. Put $20 on the first person you see who wants to make that bet with you. When you say that officers were negligent, that's a way of saying it's because you can't prove intent. And when you can't prove intent, in order to charge someone with any degree of murder, you have to be able to prove intent. You can't. This was nothing more than a state attorney who has her degree in law and her master's certificate in ebonics wanting justice. Period. That's it. She wants justice. She hears the angry mob of people who, we want it. No justice, no peace. We want, somebody gonna pay for this. Well, okay, here we go. Marilyn Mosby. Now, I honestly think that Marilyn just put charges on a dartboard across the other side of the room and just threw darts to determine what she was going to charge these people with. She may as well have. It may have worked out better. But again, if there's any way to bet coworkers, family members, you want to make your money back on the fight this weekend, stuff you bought, money spent, none of these people are going to do any time. Not one. And what will happen? Riots will ensue because, once again, there is injustice versus a black man in America. Let me tell you why these charges were filed in the first place. Let me fill you in on something. Marilyn Mosby, again, the one with the master's in ebonics, the Baltimore state attorney. The largest contributor to her election campaign was Billy Murphy. Now, who's Billy Murphy, you may ask? Coincidentally, he happens to be the attorney for Freddie Gray's family. No way! You mean the guy who contributed the most amount of money into me getting elected as state attorney is the attorney for Freddie Gray's family? Who, let's just be honest, because most of these trials work out this way, they don't want justice for their dead child. They want money. And Freddie Gray's attorney is going to make sure that that happens. Billy Murphy's on the case, folks. And if you don't think this is quid pro quo, you're out of your mind. Wait a minute, you're going to be the attorney for Freddie Gray? All right, I'm about to put charges on these people. So we have a trial, so y'all can get paid. And I guarantee you that's what it's about. That's what it was about with Trayvon. That's what it was about with Michael Brown. Notice that's not what it was about when it comes to Eric Garner or, the name fails me, the gentleman in South Carolina who told NAACP and Al Sharpton, or North Carolina, one of the Carolinas, my apologies, to get the hell out of here. See, those who want to get paid on the fact that their thug son got killed, they're all about making sure no justice, no peace, and riots and things like that. That's fine. But those who understand that it was a stupid cop who may have done something wrong, but it was not done out of race or ill will, those are the people who tell the race baiters to get out of town. Those who want to exploit this to make money, they don't do that. And that's what's going on here. Because, again, here's what's going to happen, folks. Not one jury is going to find these people guilty. They're going to walk. I guarantee they walk. And in the end, it's going to end up in civil court. And that's where you get paid. Because either the family's going to sue the officers or they're going to sue the city. Or the city. That's it. Mark my words. And these officers, innocent or not, their lives will be ruined. In court, every Facebook post, every tweet, every comment they've ever made will be combed through to prove that these guys are members of the Klan. I don't care if they're even black. They still hate black people. 3 of the 6 people charged are black. But yet it's about race. And in the end, they'll find nothing. You have reports that are out this week. You have the 9/11 call that show that Freddie Gray had an illegal knife. Did he? Didn't he? I don't know. That's what the 911 call says. It's funny that didn't come up in your report there, Marilyn. That's weird, because I thought you did a full investigation. Weird, because you charged them with an unlawful arrest and unsolicited arrest and detainment. And, well, if they had an illegal knife, that would at least give them a reason to arrest him. They may not charge him with anything, but at least apprehend him to figure out what the hell's going on. But, that wasn't in your report, Marilyn. That's weird. Again, dartboard. I'm telling you, that's what happened. But the other thing that was mentioned, and again, this is hearsay. This is, you have people who are saying this is true, people who are saying this is not true, but you have reports that, and this is on the 911 call. Now, whether this guy's full of crap or not is beyond me. But if you listen to the 911 call, and this came out yesterday, you hear that there was another person who was picked up in the same van that Freddie Gray was arrested and picked up in maybe 20 minutes prior, who was also doing something stupid. And he, in a statement, said that Freddie Gray, under handcuffs, was like hitting his head against the side of the van and just doing whatever he could to either A, cause a scene, B, he was pissed off, or C, he was trying to escape. He was doing something, but he was pissed, and he was hitting himself. Is it possible that he hurt his own spine and killed himself accidentally? Maybe. Maybe not. But apparently not according to the state attorney, because they want justice. In the end, they're not going to find anything. Freddie Gray's still dead. These the cops' lives will be ruined for no reason. And the family gets paid, yo. Mark my words. Make a bet on it. I'm telling you. Get your money back from the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight. I know you spent money on it, whether you saw it in person and you paid it yourself, or you had a bunch of guys come over like I did. I didn't actually have a bunch of guys come over. I went over to a buddy of mine's house, actually. It was actually a lot of fun. Everyone, there's lawsuits right now. There's like a class action lawsuit against Manny Pacquiao. There was like, well, he had a hurt shoulder, didn't tell anybody. Well, when you got hundreds of $1 million in the line, you can maybe understand why he fibbed that. But people want their money back anyway. It's just convenient. They found out that Pacquiao's arm was hurt. You want your money back anyway because you spent $100. Many people didn't even get to see any of the pre-matches. They just get to see the main event, in which you see Mayweather punch and run for 12 rounds. I mean, that's what happened.
But, you know, we had a get-together at my buddy's house, and I'm not a huge boxing fan. You know, certain fights intrigue me. I'm not saying, you know, the sweet science of boxing is something that intrigues me by any means. But it's okay, you know. But I understand that MMA really is the death of boxing. And if you want proof that MMA is the death of boxing, watch this last fight. You probably get on YouTube now. I don't know. But watch the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight if you haven't seen it yet. And if you saw it, listen to what I'm saying here. If you want to know why the boxing is dead, watch that fight. Because you had 12 rounds of a guy sticking and moving the whole time. There was very little contact. There was very little entertainment value. Now, granted, you can make the case that about MMA, but most of the time, somebody's going to get their ass beat in a UFC fight. You're not going to see that in this match whatsoever. And when you're paying $100 to watch this thing, you better see something. And when you don't see something, you're not going to watch. And that's why boxing's dead. And, you know, at first, that night, I watched the fight, and I was like, man, I mean, this is pretty good for boxing. A lot of people are interested. Yeah, not so much. I kind of take back that thought. I mentioned that with my buddies on Saturday. I'm like, yeah, I think this is going to make boxing kind of relevant again. And then as I sat and thought on that, I'm like, no, it isn't. What am I thinking? That was awful, if you really think about it. But it was guys' night. You had a bunch of guys over. And let me ask you something. And I have a buddy of mine, and if he's listening to the show, I'm going to insult him here. And I don't mean to insult him. But I'm going to anyway. And I have a question for you in the chat room, which, by the way, the chat room's working. So if you're in the chat room, join me in the chat. I need your feedback here, okay? When it comes to guys' night, isn't it implied that it's guys' night? Isn't that the point? Isn't the point of guys' night being a bunch of dudes drinking some beer, and if you don't drink, you know what I mean, getting together, talking sports, listening to some music, grilling out some food, drinking some beer, hanging out, and that's what guys' night is. At least in my world, that's guys' night. Okay? Now, a buddy of mine, I love him. I really do. But he insists on bringing his girlfriend at the time to everything. And I didn't really care as much, but I have friends of mine who are like pissed off. They're like, what are you doing? You're violating bro code, man. Because if you think about it, and this got me thinking, women don't do that. My wife has girls' night all the time with her friends. I don't tag along. I don't know if any of the guys that she's friends with, well, not her himself, but the women that she's going out with, the girls she's going out with, they don't bring their guys along. But why is it there's always some dude, and it's not just my friend, it seems to happen a lot. There's always some dude at some parties like, oh, I brought my girlfriend over. Why? What is up with that? I don't know. See? Okay, I got feedback in the chat room. Your buddy loses his man card. I agree with you, Ron. Absolutely. I don't get it, man. What don't you understand about guys' night, girls' night? It's real simple. Simple to figure out. Maybe this is the whole transgender thing. You know, it's just, well, it's how I feel today. Oh, okay. Then maybe that's what, I think it's pretty simple. Look down. It should give you an idea as to whether it's guys' night or girls' night. Pretty simple. But anyway, I digress. So the fight comes on at like 11:30 at night, Eastern. And it's like the Oscars, man. I mean, you have like Tom Brady there. You have Michael Strahan. You have, I'm trying to think of who else was there. Charles Barkley was there. Reggie Miller was there. I mean, it was like, it was the freaking Oscars. You had Justin Bieber ended up being there, but that shouldn't surprise you. But it's funny is the entourage, which, you know, Mike Tyson kind of made his entourage famous with the group of like 78 people who follow you to the ring. You know, and the dude's holding the boombox and going, yeah, what up? This is the champ. You know, so that's been going on for quite some time. When you get that now, only you get that with, Pacquiao and Mayweather. What's funny is Pacquiao had Jimmy Kimmel with him, and the whole time we're watching it on TV, and we're like, is that Jimmy Kimmel? And Jimmy Kimmel looks like Run from Run DMC. I mean, he's got like the Kangol hat on and the black jumpsuit. He probably had his like unlaced Adidas on. I don't know. They didn't show his face. But he just looked hilarious walking with Manny Pacquiao. So that was relatively funny. And then you have the Biebs who's walking up with Justin Mayweather. And who's actually more creepy and annoying? Is it Justin Bieber or is it the Burger King mascot? Because the Burger King guy walked up to the ring with Mayweather. It was hilarious. I'm like, what the hell is Burger King doing there? So he walks up, and look, the fight itself, if you watch the fight, you know this. But even if you didn't watch the fight, and you know what? If you watch the fight, listen to me for a second. Mayweather won, so stop it. Just stop. You're embarrassing yourself. You know who may have thought that Pacquiao won? Ronnie Millsap may have thought he won. Stevie Wonder, yeah, he may have thought he won. Because they can't see. Those who can see saw a fight in which Mayweather won the fight clearly. It wasn't even close. I'm just sorry, it wasn't. I wanted Manny-Out to win. Or Manny-Out. I wanted Pacquiao to win. Mayweather's a douche. It's not like I like Manny, but I loathe Mayweather. I can't stand the guy. It's kind of like the whole Packers rule. I'm a Bears fan. So my favorite team is the Bears. My second favorite team is anybody who plays the Packers. It's the same thing. I don't necessarily have a favorite boxer, but anybody who goes up against Mayweather, heck yeah. Root for them. It was 12 rounds, and it was bad. And people said, when I said, look, if you want to know why boxing's dead, watch that match. You'll know all of this. I had people on Facebook telling me, well, that's because you don't know the skill in which, Mayweather does what he does. I mean, it's incredible skill. Well, maybe true. You may be right, but I have eyes. That's the problem. Playing chess requires skill. I'm not going to watch it on television. Playing golf requires skill. I'm not watching it for free on my TV, let alone paying $100 for it. My goodness. But again, if you lost your money on that, you're not going to be part of the class action lawsuit that is the Mayweather-Pacquiao lawsuit, which people are losing their minds. Well, you know what? You can make some money, and it's real simple. Just go after the idiots in Baltimore because they're not seeing a day of jail time. Now, next up, my bit of advice I want to pass along to you. Fellow white people, stick around. I have some advice I want to share with you. That's next, here on According to Me. Welcome back. I'm Mohammed Seacrest, and you're listening to Afghanistan's Top 40, where we play your favorite songs as long as they're compliant with Sharia law. I think you're going to like this next one. This is from Big Al Qaeda. That's right. And he's got another hit for you. This is Been Caught Stealing. Coming in this week at number 6. Or 6 feet under. Enjoy.
Afghanistan's Top 40!
Number 6.
I was stoned to death!
Look, it's a song! It's just a... Man, that song rocked! But seriously, join us next week when we continue to count down your favorite hits, as long as, of course, they're compliant with Sharia law, on Afghanistan's Top 40. Mohammed Seacrest, out. We here at Polititainment love to read. Well, except Hole, but, anyway. Thing is, we're all super busy, and rarely is there a moment where we can just sit down for an hour and get caught up on the book we've been wanting to read. Many of us just don't have the time. But what we do have is a smartphone, a tablet, and a subscription to Audible.com. You see, Audible.com gives us the ability to get caught up on the books we want to read, but it's the audio version that in many instances is narrated by the author. So this way we can hear a chapter 2 on the way to work, while cutting the grass, or while in the bathroom. Hey, don't act like you don't do that too. And Audible is part of Amazon, so there are hundreds of thousands of books to choose from. If we just described you, a person who loves to read and just doesn't have the time, then we want to hook you up. Go to audibletrial.com/Polititainment and you get a free month trial. And that includes one free book. Yes, even new releases. For free. You get a 30-day free trial with no strings attached. And at the same time, you help out your friends at Polititainment. Go to audibletrial.com/Polititainment. Get your books on the go by going to audibletrial.com/Polititainment today. Thanks.
Are you conservative in a world of liberal?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're not alone. Hey, I'm Daniel Stafford, host of the Stafford Voice, and I'd like to invite you to tune in each Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern, where I'll break down the events of the week, and together we'll learn about how they affect you. So, sit back and get ready for the good, the bad, and the ugly of talk radio right here on K98 Talk.
Are you currently waging war against the infidel? Dreaming of the day you can become a martyr and yet Allah Akbar with bombs strapped to your chest? Stop! You don't commit acts of terror over religious fanaticism. You commit acts of terror because you don't feel you have a chance to earn a career. Well, now you can find a career that's right for you at
jihadjobs.com.
At jihadjobs.com, you'll find dream careers like camel breeder, goat shaver, hummus chef, desert realtor, and so much more. You'll also find those careers with competitive pay and other tremendous benefits like extended bereavement time if your family member was a suicide bomber, 48 hours of maternity leave,
Not for women.
and much more. Introduce yourself to another bank besides the West Bank. Stop waging war against the USA and start contributing to your 401k. Stop raping, start reaping the rewards of an exciting career at
jihadjobs.com.
Your new career is just a stone's throw away. jihadjobs.com.
Website is for men only and approved under Sharia law. All women who access the website will be stoned to death. Other restrictions apply. Consult Allah for details.
jihadjobs.com.
Good day to you. As a distinguished gentleman, I need a serious source of news. One that doesn't waste my time when I'm enjoying my tea and crumpets.
White powdered! White powdered!
One that catches the most important stories of the day.
The poop plane.
Was it jet poop? Real serious nonsense. Mondays, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, now on K98 Talk.
Gonna just move in another direction towards the classy.
We'll be classy and not say dildo.
They're completely different from shows that aren't.
Here's a story of an AFC team that once again was in the Super Bowl. They have a weirdo coach who always mumbles and dresses like a 12-year-old. Here's a story of a man named Brady who would only play with footballs of his own. There were 12 balls in a bag together, their whereabouts unknown. Then one day Brady threw an interception, and the Colts coaching staff was appalled. The Patriots are now a top news story, and we want to know about Tom Brady's balls. Tom Brady's balls. Tom Brady's balls. Deflategate is all about Tom Brady's balls.
He's the honey badger of internet radio.
Oh, the honey badgers are just crazy.
According to me.
Ew, what's that? It's mouth.
Welcome back, folks. If you want to feel old as hell, that song, of course, Money for Nothing by Dire Straits. You know that song, but that song reminds me of MTV. Why? Because it was like the coolest video when I was a kid on MTV. And it was like one of the first videos that I thought was pretty cool. And I think one of the first videos of all time on MTV that was cool. But it also reminded me of this. You know who turned 70 years old today? Kurt Loder from MTV. Now, if that doesn't make you feel old as hell, I don't know what does. I saw that today. I'm like, oh my gosh. Kurt Loder is 70. Oh, man, oh, man. Anyway, so you also probably got to hear Brady's Balls, which is the only non-Islamic skit that we played during the commercials today. And the reason why I thought that was timely is, of course, you heard the news today, if you haven't yet. An independent investigation has determined that, yep, it totally seems as if New England was in on this thing the whole time. 6 months later, we're like, oh, we're outraged. Well, listen, here. Well, not 6 months later. What, like 5? Maybe 4. Still, ridiculous. But nothing's going to happen because of this. But it's just so funny. I guarantee you, mark my words, this came out midday today. This is a big story all day tomorrow. Tom Brady and the Patriots. Mark my word, it'll be mainstream media, not ESPN. Mainstream media will run with this story. Forget ISIS. Forget what happened in Texas. No, all of that will pale in comparison to footballs that were deflated a little bit lower than the grade. And the only thing I'll say about the Patriots is the fact that, what else do you lie about? That's all I'm saying. You kicked the Colts' ass in the AFC Championship. It didn't matter whether those balls were fully inflated or not. But when you sit there and you look everyone in the eye and say, look, I have no idea what's going on. Everything was fine. Everything was fine. And then you lie about it, possibly. What else are you lying about? Anyway. So again, mark my words, it'll be big news tomorrow. But you know what else? I have some big news. And by the way, I want to clarify my comments a little bit ago in regards to what I've said before the tease before the break. Look, this show is for all walks of life, all colors, all creeds. I invite everyone to listen to this show. But there's some times where, as a white guy, I need to have a conversation with fellow crackers, and I need to let them in on some information that is important because we need to talk about things, right? Let's air these things out. So I want to share a couple things with you that is important for you to know. All right, listen. Here's one. White people, stop growing the out-of-control, stupid-looking Amish beards. Not because there's poop in them, like the article says, but because they're dumb. Look, some, and I mean some people can look relatively cool with the whole Uncle Si Duck Dynasty beard. I get it, okay? But not every person needs to be out there looking like a homeless Santa Claus. And that's what many people look like with these just out-of-control beards. Look, if it's groomed, fine. And you heard the news article that came out this week. It was a lab in New Mexico who swabbed a couple of men's beards, and they found a bacteria in it that is the same kind of bacteria that's in feces. And so all of a sudden it went viral of people have poop in their beard. Look, it's proven to not necessarily even be true at all. It was a stretch of a story that went viral. But I will say this. Don't have those beards because they have poop in them. Don't have those beards because you look like a jackass. That's why I would tell you not to have those beards. And again, I know that there are some. James Harden in the NBA is a guy, a black basketball player who has like a out of control, a facial hair. But most other races seem to understand this. White people don't. They just don't. They look like goofy ass masses of out of control pubes all over your face. Shave them. And if you have a friend or family member that has this kind of beard that thinks it's cool because he's a hipster and it's a cool thing to do now, look, if they look stupid, it's important for you as a friend or as a family member to tell them this. If your friend or family member wears a neon pink fanny pack out in public, you tell them? You gonna say something? What about jorts? The jeans you cut in half and like half ripped like jean shorts. Not actual jean shorts you buy at a store, but the ones you make yourself with a pair of scissors. Those? You wear those to go to Walgreens? Does someone who loves you go, hey, yeah, I wouldn't. I'd change if I were you. Why is no one saying anything about the beards? Because they're bad. I'm just trying to do my public service, folks. This has been a white people public service announcement, at least in my opinion. But on top of that, real quick message. Another message for white people.
listen up. Gather on the mic, or gather on the speaker, your phone or your computer, however you listen to this. Look, I understand Ben Carson just threw his hat into the ring this week. You don't have to vote for him because he's black. You just don't, okay? I understand you've been called racist for like 7 years. And you want to prove that because you're the kind of guy who's like, look, I went to high school with black people. I understand. You felt racist for years. I get it. I understand. Ben Carson sucks, okay? So don't sign up on the Ben Carson Express because he's a black guy, so you can't be called racist anymore if you like him. Like somebody who's good. Don't like somebody because of their skin color. And I know, I understand. I understand the allure of not being a racist anymore. It'll feel good, but it doesn't matter. Because if you go against Hillary, you're going to be a sexist anyway. So you're still screwed either way. I guess maybe it would make you feel like you're less racist and now just sexist. Maybe that's better. Whereas if you vote for, say, a Ted Cruz or a Rand Paul or any of those folks, you'll be a sexist racist. I understand, but look, vote for a guy on merit. And Ben Carson is a decent guy. Don't get me wrong, but this guy is not a president. And so don't make the mistake of thinking he is. Just don't. I beg of you, please, white people. Don't do it out of guilt. And I understand the draw. I understand it. Don't. You're making a big mistake. Just throwing that out there. One last quick thing before we get into the asshat of the week. I'm just going to go ahead and play it. Who doesn't remember this scene from Naked Gun?
Indeed, it is for all the people who will be able to share in the celebration, especially will be the Queen's public appearances.
So, when that happens in real life, it's one of those things that you could man, I wonder if that would happen in real life, what the reaction would be. Well, folks, you have your wish. It actually happened last week in Georgetown, Texas. They have this thing they need to learn about turning the microphone on and off because the mayor was leading a town hall meeting with the city council on the 28th of April, and he kind of is like, ooh, I got to go to the bathroom. So he turns it over to a member of the city council, and he walks to the bathroom, and there's just one little thing he forgot to do. We actually have the audio for it, but City Councilman Rachel Johnrow, who was the one who was talking about vaccination and getting ahead of the curve locally about diseases and things like that, she tried her best to contain herself. I'll just play the audio for you. I edited a little bit because it's 2 minutes long. I don't want to play it, but I just want to play some of it for you. But she's a trooper. I'll tell you what. Watch the video because it does it justice. But I just want to play this for you because to me it's laughable. And this is a story that I thought Real Serious Nonsense would pick up. They didn't because they usually talk about poop and pee on their show. So I am taking the ball and running with it. This is strong asshat material, but I've changed my mind. But I still want to talk about the story because I think it's funny. But anyway, here's the audio of what happened.
We can do about it. And what we can do is call on governmental representatives that are higher up the chain of command. And ask for action at the federal level. I am locally first, but there are not any CAFO operations in Georgetown, so for us to just say it within the city limits would be an empty gesture. And also these diseases don't don't know any boundaries. So a state by state approach would just mean that there'd be clusters of disease that would would go across the border. Anyways, I'm going to stop talking now and ask that you give this serious consideration and approve this resolution.
What's so funny about it is, like, she's talking, and the guy comes back into the room, and he's like, "What the hell are you laughing at?" And of course, everyone knows in the room, and it's very, very funny. Get a chance to check that out on YouTube if you haven't. But she handled it as good as you could. I would have died laughing, like I did when I saw the video, and I watched it a couple times. It's very, very funny. But what's even better to watch a couple times, and then even a couple more times, and then even a couple more times, is this week's Ass Hat of the Week.
It is time for this week's Ass Hat of the Week.
I could add commentary, but I'm not. Here it is.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight.
What's up with the organ? We going to church, y'all.
Streaming, and the rockets regulate, the bombs are bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet play? O'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
He says hallelujah at the end of the national anthem. What the hell is Oh, dude, I can't. I've heard that 20 times.
For the land of the free and the home of the
That, of course, is Jamie Foxx's dumpster fire of a national anthem during the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight. There was some great tweets that were out there, by the way, in regards to that. It was like the real fight this night was between Jamie Foxx and the national anthem. Now that's a fight, folks. What in the hell was that? And I hate people who either screw up the national anthem. I get it. You're nervous. Maybe you screw up a word. But Jamie Foxx can sing. He actually can sing. If you saw him in the movie Ray, the guy's talented. But sing the damn song. Paul Stanley, of all people, had the tweet of the night. He's like, for the love of God, just sing the song. And people who tried to make it all, and this is what they had, the church organs. What are you doing? Is this a sermon? Is this Reverend Jamie Foxx, or is this the national anthem, for God's sake? It was the worst thing. Oh, my God. Oh. And when you start doing runs like that, the free... Shut up! Sing the song! This is how it should have ended, at least in my opinion. This is just my opinion.
Hallelujah.
My goodness, Jamie, you're awful. Just awful. One more time, just the end.
Hallelujah.
So, Jamie, here it is. Ready? Here it is. You, Jamie Foxx, are this week's ass head of the week.
Tune in next week for another exciting installment of Asshat of the Week.
Always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the light side of life.
Okay. I know we went a little long. I apologize. What did we learn this week? Well, we learned that Jamie Foxx can't sing the national anthem. We learned that the left isn't outraged about freedom of speech unless it's on their side. We learned that you can make a lot of money if you just bet on the fact that Baltimore and the cops that were arrested are going to walk. We learned that white people really need to get rid of beards that look bad. We learned all types of stuff. Covered a lot this week. Hope that you enjoyed yourself. Thanks for being here this week. We'll be back faster than you could say furious next week with another episode. And this has been This Week and the stuff going on, according to me. We'll see you next week, folks. Good night, America.
First things happen to see, you know. What you got to lose, you know? You come from nothing, you go back to nothing. Hallelujah.
Mama, I love you. P.O.P. all the time. Right, these all good pimp spoil, baby, for life.
K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level, or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com. K98Talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com.
Before we get this podcast started, we want to let you in on a little something. If you shop on Amazon like, everybody, instead of going straight to Amazon.com to do your shopping, do your friends at Polititainment a favor. You see, Polititainment.net is an Amazon partner. So here's what that means if you want to shop on Amazon. Instead of going to Amazon.com directly, go to Polititainment.net. You'll see an Amazon banner at the top of the page. You click on that banner, and it takes you to Amazon. You buy stuff like always, but a portion of everything you buy goes to Polititainment. Shop on Amazon and help us grow at the same time. Again, just go to Polititainment.net and click on the Amazon banner at the top of the page. Now, enjoy the show.
Hey y'all, it's Paul. I'm actually off this week, but don't go anywhere. I know that breaks everybody's hearts, but I'm here in spirit because I made special sound clips because Angie and Red Steez were super excited about today's holiday, and I didn't want to not show my love as well. Because of their excitement, here you guys go. Enjoy the show.
Two hosts that are different from those that aren't so different. It's Angie. It's
Stephen Miller.
It's real serious.
Clay decided to make like special sound effects and then just voice over top of his name and put in Steven's name. In case you guys don't know, Clay is not here tonight. He's supposed to be working, but he's in the chat room, so he's obviously just playing hooky and just didn't feel like talking tonight because it is Star Wars Day and he knows nothing about Star Wars. But anyway, I'm really excited though because I get to talk to Stephen Miller. That's Red Steez on Twitter. In case you don't follow him, you should. He's absolutely fabulous. Stephen, are you here?
I'm here. How are we doing tonight?
I am great.
Branson. That's good.
I'm really excited. Actually,
that was a little weird. Like I was just like kind of like hanging back there, and I hear like it's like turned into like The Simpsons, like Homer getting his present for Lisa. This is Lisa Simpson. Like I was just like, that's a good way to start. Sure.
It's very typical of our show, though. If Clay were here, just weird stuff happens like that. But I am excited. Thank you so much for being on with me. I really do appreciate it. I think that some people might not know this about you, but you are actually you are the nicest guy. I mean, people.
I'm not that nice.
You are. You're really nice. You're just, well, to me, you've always been really nice. So I really do.
I'm nice to the girls. But,
oh, that what it is?
You know, that goes without saying.
That's totally not the same. Okay. But I do really appreciate you being here. I'm excited. We have a lot to talk about. Do you like Star Wars?
I'm a fan. I grew up with it. I mean, obviously with, the last 3 steaming piles dropped down. I don't follow any of the extra stuff. I don't read the books or follow any of the other fan stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of the lore. I'm a fan of the archetypes and the storytelling and the original films, obviously. So
yeah, that's kind of like I am. I like the first 3. I wasn't too into the prequels. I had to admit, I only saw them each once because I just didn't like them that much, and I don't do all the books and stuff. But I really did I grew up with the movies too, so I like them, and I'm a big fan. Last time we had a Star Wars show, Clay was here, and he kept on getting everything confused with Star Trek. So it was nice to have somebody. When I said, "Hey, we're going to do a May 4th thing," and as I got to draw you, I thought that was so fun. Everybody's going to think this is crazy, but
yeah. And I was like, "Yeah, draw me like one of your French girls," and so that's what came out. It's the Han Solo. So it turned out good.
Yeah, I was so happy about it. With you, I was so happy, and it didn't take me very long. I think when I drew, there was a couple of people that I've drawn pictures of, and Clay was one of them. And he took me I'm not kidding. It was an hour and a half. It took me to draw him, and I was able to draw you in 30 minutes. I got the eyes, and it was just all fell together after that. I was really happy about it. But I thought you turned out like a very nice Han Solo. I was proud of it.
Well, I do like the sound of scoundrel. So.
Speaking of, we're going to, if you want to talk about Star Wars, we can, to an extent. But I really want to talk about this entire Garland shooting thing that happened. And we're both artists. So
yeah, that's the shooting that happened because they drew the Sand People.
Yes.
The Sand People. Yeah. Tusken Raiders for all of the politically correct people out there.
Exactly.
I just heard a collective gasp.
Everybody went,
They're Tusken Raiders. Give me a break, folks.
Exactly. But I was
You can't draw a Tusken Raider's god. Okay, they come after you.
That is,
and they retreat at first, but they come back in greater numbers and attack you for drawing their god.
exactly, and it's insane. Like I have seen such well, I mean, liberals always have double standards, but on this, I think that the double standard is just nuts. I mean, how can they?
Well,
it's victim.
But they don't. Of course, but that's what I mean, that was expected. I mean, it took, I think my thought on it was somebody really forgot to inform radical Islam that Texas is just as prepared for their jihad as they are. They found out real fast that Garland, Texas isn't Paris, France. And obviously that all plays into what, of course, the media is going to do the victim blaming. It took, they do this every time, and they did it really fast this time, and I think it's because nobody was actually shot and killed. There wasn't actually a massacre that happened like it was with Charlie Hebdo.
Right, like if somebody had been killed, they'd have taken longer because
exactly.
They were respected.
And it's like clockwork. They do it. We're already seeing this false sentiment of where they march in sync with Zayshui Charlie, and right after a tragedy happens, but then right soon after, they drop any pretense that they actually believe anything. They did it, they did it with 9/11. It took about 4 months after 9/11 happened and standing united with Bush and all of that. It took about 4 months for that to stop, for them to start saying, we have been the bully in the world, going all over the world and doing these things. And, Bill Maher lost his show, and you have, and now you have like a good sentiment of the left, of the institutionalized media on the left, like HuffPost, MSNBC, CNN, who have not only blamed us for it, but they actually believe Bush was behind it.
Yeah. So,
it's like clockwork. And I think what part of this was missing was this just wasn't, and obviously Geller is such an overpowering personality that what's getting lost in all this is this was essentially an assassination attempt on Gerrit Wilders, the Dutch politician he's on an Al-Qaeda hit list. He's on the same hit list that the Charlie Hebdo crew was on, and he was speaking at this art event. People forget this has happened so often that people are forgetting that just a few months ago there was at an art show in the Netherlands. A Dutch cartoonist was shot, a Jewish man was shot by radical Islamists at an art show.
Yeah.
So they are targeting these things, and then they went on and shot a Jewish man at a synagogue. So this isn't like some radical new thing. And obviously Geller had security, and they all had security because they kind of figured, hey, either somebody on Twitter was tipping them off, or they had warnings from police or whatever, but they had their security with them. Which in and of itself is insane. But yeah, basically what we're hearing from the institutionalized left is America is just wearing her skirt a little too short.
Exactly. It's like, I feel like I want to call it art shaming. I mean, what is the point of, and that's another thing I don't understand, that they're so upset about drawing pictures. I mean, it's cartoons. It's cartoons. If we got upset about everything that people said or did about Christianity, I mean, we would go insane.
Well, I mean, the reason they can do this is because they believe, I mean, a drawing like a cartoon is, I mean, so far out of who they are as journalists. I mean, cartoonists are kind of the jesters of the king's court. They have to be, because nobody else is sick enough to do it. And they think that because they write the byline, the only speech that matters is what they write. Writers for the New York Times, CNN commentators. You saw this happen in Ferguson when the entire collective media fainted when 2 reporters were escorted out of a McDonald's, not arrested. They were detained briefly to check credentials. They weren't arrested. They were escorted out of McDonald's. And suddenly the story becomes the media versus the cops, the First Amendment versus the cops. And that's when really Ferguson took off as a narrative, when, people jumped, to the defense of Wes Slaughter and Ryan J. Riley. Their only problem with this is they're severely outnumbered by blogs, by social media users, by Facebook, by independent websites. And not only are they severely outnumbered, they are incredibly and severely outdated as a medium, and I think they know it. The New York Times has undergone more consolidation of layoffs than any major news organization in the past 10 years. So, they're staking this ground out that we tell the truth. And there was a journalist, I think it was for the New York Times, I'd have to look him up, where he said, whether you like it or not, journalists do have more free speech than you, and they don't.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So
that's insane. I haven't heard or seen that. So that kind of upsets me.
It was a tweet. The guy deleted. It's back there. If someone wants to go dig it up, they did a Twitchy post on it. But what you're seeing is this pretense gets, this mask that they hold up of, unity and we all need to come together. It slips a little bit further and further with each one of these that happens. So with Charlie Hebdo, these were French socialists that were shot and attacked. So, of course, it was heartbreaking, and that all had to happen. Here you have, a pretty vilified personality on the right by a lot of people. Not just, Geller's she's not extremely, well-liked in the rational circles of any political, of right or the left. I think one of my favorite tweets on this whole thing was Political Math. He summed it up. He just said, I had literally no idea those assholes were holding that stupid event until someone shot at them, and now I'm on their side. And that's how I looked at it. Like I had no idea this thing was going on.
Yeah, nobody did. And I'm a cartoonist. I actually have drawn, I used to do caricatures for a living. I actually would probably keep up with something like that, and I had no idea what was going on.
Right. And then so media kind of gets this impression out that these were just a bunch of Texas hicks in a barn bidding on brandings on what they carved into their cow of Muhammad. And it wasn't. It was actually a pretty professionalized event with real professional artists that were there.
Yeah.
Like you said, you had Wilders from the Netherlands there as the keynote speaker, who was what originally I think this was all about. It was an assassination attempt. And you already have media trying to paint this as just a bunch of podunk dumb hicks in a barn somewhere who don't really know that they're offending somebody else's religion. And that's kind of what I think the idea is. Most of the criticism coming out of the East Coast and New York and what DC was coming exactly with that kind of insinuation. You have Rukmini Kamalchi from the New York Times, who was the one who just kept digging a hole for herself last night, all free speech aside and this and this. And
right.
She just kept digging and digging, and finally she just gave up and started retweeting people saying things for her, which was just priceless to watch, and everybody saw it. You have Mark Lamont Hill, who thinks torching businesses to the ground is justifiable speech, but cartoons of Muhammad are not. So maybe next time those cartoons of Muhammad just need to be more strategic. I guess I don't know. You had, and now and this is right on the heels of Gary Trudeau in his interview with Chuck Todd, and saying that, they hide under this pretense of punching down to a disenfranchised minority. And Iowa Hawk had a great tweet where it said, if what you do as a hobby or as an art form, it antagonizes someone enough to kill you, you're not punching down.
That is a good one.
Yeah, you had the 6 authors who boycotted the American Pen Center for giving the Freedom of Expression Courage Award to Charlie Hebdo. So, like I said, this mask just keeps slipping and slipping and slipping, and eventually it's just going to get to the point where somebody is going to get shot. Somebody is going to get there is going to be an attack where either the press will then pull their head out of the sand and go, oh geez, which they won't. I'm a slight optimist, or I'll just say, yep, you guys deserved it. And no amount of screaming that we do, on social media where we prove their hypocrisy is really going to do that. It doesn't mean we shouldn't highlight it, but that's just who these people are going to be now.
And that's another thing too, is the way that the left, the way that they always propose everything. If this had happened, the way that they're so hypocritical about stuff, it just bothers me. Like exactly like you said, they're saying that she was being provocative, or that they, that even free speech aside, who says that free speech aside? You don't put free speech aside at any point. And it's not like they were, they're saying, oh, your skirt was too short, just like you had said before. But if we're going to, if that's the comparison they're going to start making, you can't blame somebody. It's free speech. We don't put that aside ever. It made me actually, if I had had time today, I would have drawn a cartoon of Muhammad just to be annoying, because it's just stupid at this point. I mean,
right. And the one that won the contest was actually very clever. It wasn't. I looked at it and I went, really? That's what this whole thing was kind of about. Other than again the Wilders being the speaker, but I don't know if you saw, but they had the pencil illustration of Muhammad with a sword. He kind of looks like Wolverine, and he's coming at the cartoonist with a sword, and he goes, "You can't draw me." And then at the bottom is a hand with a pencil finishing off Muhammad's like garbs or robes, and he says, "Well, that's why I draw you."
Right.
And it comes down to John Gabriel had another great observation where he said, "I'm glad my God can handle a cartoon."
Exactly.
So, and I think that's if you're a practicing person of faith, I think that's just the way you have to look at it and say, "Well, my God can handle this. I'm sorry, your God can't handle a cartoon." I mean, these people, I'm kind of up to my ears that I'm ready to get Muhammad's face tattooed on top of my face.
Exactly.
And just walk around with that.
Exactly. And I was just like this morning I was going, man, if I had time, I would just draw this. I would, draw whatever. But then I couldn't think of anything clever enough that I actually wanted to put out, which happens to me sometimes. But there's so many of them at this point, I'm just like, okay, I got to think of something clever that'll go with it. And I'm not really, I mean, you follow me on Twitter. I mean, I'm sarcastic and everything like that, but I'm not really like the provocative type of person. I'm not the person who's going to, tweet out something that's going to make everybody go insane in general. I mean, that's just
God damn it. I think we all need to be more provocative. Everybody.
But that's
everybody. Overwhelm it.
I agree though. But I mean, I think that at this point, when you are doing something that's so insanely ridiculous that it's making even me, who's like, I mean, I won't even curse on Twitter. So it's like, when even I am thinking about drawing a cartoon of Muhammad, I think that you have a problem there as far as if you're really trying to have that not happen. You're starting to make some issues when even the person who won't say like a curse word on Twitter is willing to draw a picture of you if I could think of something clever enough to do it. So right. I think that it's kind of backfiring on them at some level. I hope.
A little bit. And if Geller has one thing going for her, it's that she is kind of off the charts, batshit crazy in all of this, but she knows what she's talking about.
Right.
She's not, she's not going to go and appear on cable news shows and sound like she's just a blithering idiot. She's not. She's, she might be a little bit off the deep end, but she knows her topic very well, and she knows how to speak about it very well. And she knows kind of how to shut the right questions down that she's getting asked, and she knows how to put it back on them. So to me, she's not kind of like an ideal spokesperson for this issue, but then again, who is? So my attitude with that is kind of just let her loose and see where this goes. And she's going to go be a bull in a china shop here. Sometimes we need the crazy ones to speak for us, because being the sane ones aren't getting us anywhere. So I kind of like the fact that she's kind of so in their face. And I watched her on Jake Tapper today, and Tapper, God bless him, is just sitting there trying to hold on for dear life. He's just trying to not go off the rails with this interview. Well, she's just kind of in, so upfront, and she's she's really kind of an in-your-face individual and passionate about it. And that's kind of like I said with political math. It's like kind of screw you people for making me have to defend this, because again, nobody knew about this until these two assholes come and shoot the place up. And that's kind of like the media was just screaming upset about this rampant myth of Islamophobia over something they had no clue was even happening an hour before it happened. So that's kind of just, it was the ironic part. These are the people who, they learned about the shooting and they learned about who it was. And I think Greenwald was the first person to jump on that. And then they were all upset. Mind you, these were the people who a week and a half ago couldn't put down their freaking shrimp scampi at the White House Correspondents' Dinner to even report on what the hell was going on when Baltimore was going up in flames.
Yes.
So these are the people now who are moral betters. No thanks. I'll gladly sit that party out.
Yes, I agree. It's like when the Democrat Hillary and Valerie Jarrett, at both in the last week, have come out saying stuff about, we all have to take care of everybody's children kind of thing. That kind of freaks me out. I'm like, I don't want Democrats taking care of my children. I'll pass on that. But it's kind of like they all kind of do that. They all get on this one bandwagon, and then they want to scream about one thing. And they do that for a while, but it's exactly like that with the media, it seems like to me. I mean, they have to have, is there like a little thing that, like a little note that they get in the morning? Is it an alarm and they say, this is how we're going to cover the story, and just like everybody gets it?
Yeah, some of them. No, I mean, they're good soldiers. They fall in line. They know what the narrative is going to be. And you'll see it get refined. So, they have their crazies just like we have ours, and you'll see it get refined. So you'll have Mark Lamont Hill come out and say something completely batshit crazy off the wall about how last week he said about strategic protesting. We need to be more strategic about our protests, and people kind of just like went, oh, okay, no. But as you saw the narrative develop, and you kind of saw the more sophisticated people take it. Oh, and that's not a code word, Mark. Okay, sophisticated is not a racist code word. Okay, Mark.
It is. You said it.
Yeah, and then you see kind of the more the people like at Vox, HuffPost, Think Progress, Mother Jones, Talking Points Menu, they get a hold of this and they tweak it to say the riot is the language of the unheard, and they kind of go at you in NPR voice and passive voice, and they go, yeah, it's interesting about riots. It's really the language of the unheard. Yeah, there's just, and then they'll put noises of birds in the background, and that's how they NPR that's how they kind of NPRize the narrative, and that's just how it's done.
So it's not voice.
Yeah. It's not like they get a note, but they're good, dutiful soldiers, and they automatically know what the narrative is going to be. And in this case, they're following the pattern. They're following the pattern of, there's Islamophobia. And the other problem is they can't admit under any circumstances that we have a rampant radical Islamic problem right now. It's worldwide, and it's out of control. And the reason they can't admit it, because if they admit it, they're basically admitting self-defeat on this president is a failure at bringing the world together like he said he would do, because this president represents them. They went, in 2008, they all went off their meds and they went full in the tank. And so any criticism or attack on him is a criticism and attack on them. And that's why, you want to pull your hair out over how frustrating and biased they are, because it was never like this. Well, of course it was never like this. I think in 2004, they thought they nudged Kerry enough. Like, they didn't quite go all the way in with bias. They just thought they nudged him enough. And then Kerry lost, and that was it for them. They weren't going to have a repeat of what happened. So anything that happens with Obama is a reflection on them. So any admission that, holy shit, we have jihadists in Oklahoma, Minnesota, Texas, New York, that's an admission of this on-the-run Al-Qaeda is a failure. And it's also an admission that this rampant NSA spying, where your grandmother and, my family are having their phones fucking bugged, but jihadists are slipping through using cell phones to go and coordinate attacks. So there's several narratives at work that just are failing on all fronts. And that's another issue that, would have to be addressed.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. Even if you can talk to people who, I have friends that are liberals. Yes, believe it or not, I do. But if you even talk to someone who is basically a liberal, they will admit in private, okay, this president has been basically a failure. But then at the same time, they'll say, but actually he hasn't, because he is, he's held everybody together, and look how far.
I would disagree. Barack Obama's been very, very successful at doing what he set out to do.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I would say. I'll say I think he's been extremely successful at changing things, fundamental change, and, keeping people divided. And I think that he is a great politician. When people tell me that he's stupid or that he's dumb, I'm like, no, not really. He's really gone about doing some of his stuff pretty brilliantly.
Well, the question I want answered going into 2016 is, I want every single Democrat candidate to be asked if they believe Americans have the right to draw Muhammad. That's the question. That's the question I want answered right now from all of them. If we're going to sit here and field the most retarded questions on the planet about vaccines and weather and evolution, or have you been watching Kimmy Schmidt, then I think we need to ask them if they believe that Americans have the right to draw Muhammad. And I just want to hear the answer. I'd like to hear that from Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, whoever the next geriatric Cabbage Patch haired person they're going to have jump in this race that's older than my grandfather. That's what I would like to know. I would like to know if they believe Americans have a right to draw Muhammad. I'd like to see them answer that.
Yeah.
So
that's like when who was it? Rand Paul? Yeah, Rand Paul, when he got them to kind of turn around the abortion question on Debbie Wasserman. I think that at some point, when we get back from break, we're going to talk about this. But you wrote a fabulous piece on your website about the politics of design. We're going to talk about that when we get back. But I thought that Rand Paul kind of has some of that going for him as far as trying to turn things around and brand things differently than what conservatives are usually branded as. It's like he's not necessarily just taking what they're giving. Not that he's doing a great job of it all the time, but at least he's fighting back to an extent, is what I would say. But we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that some more when we get back. We're going to hit a quick break, and we're going to talk about Stephen's website, an article that he wrote, Politics of Design. We're probably going to talk about the Garland shit in a little bit more. And then we might possibly take some phone calls. We'll see where we're at, but we might. I'm not promising, but we might. We'll be right back.
All right.
Not on my watch, our military service members say, as they volunteer to serve. As they move out, stand firm, and take fire. So not on our watch, we say, to the severely ill or injured veterans who can't get the care they deserve to live full and independent lives, even when there's no government funding, or a nursing home seems like the only option. We won't leave one warrior behind. Not on our watch. Join us at findwwp.org.
K98Talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com.
Are you conservative in a world of liberal?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're not alone. Hey, I'm Daniel Stafford, host of the Stafford Voice, and I'd like to invite you to tune in each Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern, where I'll break down the events of the week, and together we'll learn about how they affect you. So, sit back and get ready for the good, the bad, and the ugly of talk radio right here on K98 Talk.
Their show is just like Red Eye. If Red Eye made absolutely no sense whatsoever. Real, serious nonsense.
No, yo soy tu padre.
No! Quiero hacerte entender que yo nunca te dejaré, te decepcionaré, te sonreiré,
Is this a Spanish Rickroll? I think he's doing a Spanish Rickroll on us. I'm pretty sure he just did a Spanish Rickroll.
But that was pretty amazing. Yeah, no, I'm serious. I do the Luke Skywalker scream every morning when I wake up. It's like, oh.
That's fabulous.
Way to start the day on a high note.
I kind of sound more like Chewbacca, I think, when I wake up. It's not good. I don't like to wake up. I would like to be asleep. But so let's talk about let's talk about your article, Politics of Design. If you want to just kind of give an overview, because I enjoyed this article, and it might just be because of my artistic roots, but I thought that it was a great article. I thought you made some great points in it.
Yeah, it's one I've been sitting on for a while, and it's obviously in my wheelhouse. And it's kind of one of the concept was one of those of why I even started that fun little website in the first place. And obviously people were talking about it when Hillary's logo came out, and she kind of changed her whole social media identity from this, stark black and white thing of looking into a BlackBerry that no longer exists, to like this corporate entity. So you got like this H and then a bright fit picture, and then you go to her website and it's, it looks like a jitterbug phone advertisement that somebody made. John Ekdahl from Ace made a great joke about that today. and since he did that, I saw like a jitterbug commercial on TV, and I just started laughing. I couldn't even get a hold of myself. But I mean, it was one thing because it was starting to get mocked, and not only by people on the right, just by like everybody in culture, like Mashable and Design Hub and Doobie Brain and Boing Boing, a few of these design sites. And it was getting mocked and it was getting made fun of. And what was kind of happening is nobody was kind of understanding why it was done the way it was, and nobody understood the designer and what his philosophy was behind the logo. So it was kind of about digging into why they're remaking Hillary over the way they are. And people can already kind of see they're trying to basically just Obama-ize her completely, 100%. They're trying to just take what Obama was and what Obama did and shift it over to her. And they're just basically trying to – the goal is to make her a symbol. That's it. You're not voting for a person, and what this person says doesn't matter. You're voting for a brand. You're voting for a product. And if you noticed, Hillary's launch was a product launch. It rolled out an announcement, a website. I don't know. I thought maybe I read that they either had an app or something along the lines. It rolled out her Twitter identity. They posted the video on Facebook, YouTube. It was for all intents and purposes like they were launching an energy drink. Yes. And the goal is to make her like a symbol, like a McDonald's and Nike and or Obama. So she becomes instantly recognizable. You're not looking at a person. You're looking at, I could show anybody who's listening to this, I could show them the Superman symbol, and every single one of them is going to know what the Superman symbol is. And that's what the goal is with Hillary's H. And it's because there's a good portion of the voting public who won't pay any attention to commercials, social media debates, the story of the day like we do. And they're going to walk into a voting booth and they're simply going to vote for whoever they recognize the most. And that's their goal. Their goal is to just coronate this woman. If you can get people behind a logo, then what you've done is you've not create like a one-term voter at any given issue in the news. You've created a fan. Which is how sports branding works. Every sports fan is just basically a fan of a certain type of graphic design. Yep. Their players change, their coaches change, but that logo is theirs. That Patriot symbol or that Packers logo or I don't know, whoever's other favorite team, that those colors and that logo, that belongs to them. And so that's instantly what they were trying to do with Hillary. And it's important for people on our side to see it when it's happening, because you can learn to fight it and you can kind of learn to expose it and you can kind of learn to laugh at it, hopefully. And I mean, what they're doing with Hillary is almost exact opposite with how they had to work with Obama. Saul Sender, who's Barack Obama's logo designer, was hired by David Axelrod. They basically fully admitted they didn't have anything to work with. They went and looked at Obama's speeches. There weren't that many. They had nothing they could do around him. So they basically said, okay, well, we're going to create the logo, and then it's going to be up to him to adapt to us, which was just fascinating. It's not like something that's ever been done in politics before. Normally, the branding always follows the candidate. And with Hillary, it's the exact opposite. We have years of a track record. Right. We have years of statements, speeches, legislation, terrorist attacks. everything. So, and what this logo is doing is it's trying to get you to kind of forget all of that and say, oh, see, here's Hillary. She's got this brand new logo. And Michael Beirut, who's the designer, and he's kind of a giant in the graphic design industry, certainly in New York.
Yeah, I know of him.
Yeah, he's no slouch. And if anyone's seen the movie Helvetica, it's a great documentary about font use and the font of Helvetica. He's featured in that quite a bit.
I'm a nerd. I've actually seen it.
No, yeah, it's a great film for any, like, it should be required viewing at any design class. But his attitude is the logo doesn't actually, people were wondering, it's just this H with an arrow, which it's crappy. I'm not complimenting the actual logo. I think it's complete shit. But his philosophy is logos don't actually stand for anything. He basically understands that successful branding exists is the kind that the most successful branding is the kind that you immediately internalize. So he just says, okay, I'm going to put an H with an arrow. I'm going to show you a couple different ways to use it, and everyone will recognize it. So while like the normal person just goes, wow, that looks like a hospital road sign, which again, it does. It's not a good logo. But every time you see that little H pop up on your timeline, you instantly know, you instantly recognize who that is or who it represents. Yeah. And that's kind of the goal of what they're doing with Hillary. And I've been for the most part disappointed with the declared candidates. I actually think the person who's done it the best is Carly Fiorni. Whatever her name is.
I'm glad you mispronounced it before I
know.
did.
Just once. She if you see, like, her logo is actually, to me, her branding is actually the cleanest and the best. It's just her name, her first name, similar to what Rand did, and it says for president, and it just has a red star in the A. Yeah. And I think that's the cleanest, like, simplest design that we have so far. But again, I think they're missing the idea. I don't think our site has quite figured this out yet.
I agree. And just from a graphic designer's perspective, I mean, I design logos a lot. And that's one of the things. And you'll see, like, if you go to, like, Polititainment and stuff like that, I've done almost all the logos for all the shows. And so far, I really haven't done one that I really loved the best, other than maybe the logo for Real Serious Nonsense. But only the reason that I like that is because you see those two little cartoons and you automatically know that it's us. It's not necessarily how the name is written or anything. But with logos, you have to get something where you know that is what that person is or what that company is. And like you said, the H, I'm not saying that it's a good logo. Like, I don't like it. I think that it's ugly, but it does make you recognize who that person is. Like, automatically, you know who that is.
Right. And then you're going to see at the DNC or whatever, you're going to see that logo plastered all over a Katy Perry dress for a song that she's going to do. And that's just what they're going to try and do. And they're not pulling it off like Obama. I mean, this is where Obama's strengths are, is he's a perfect spokesman. He's like, he's a Q ratings for an advertiser's dream. He's whatever you want to put onto him, whatever you want to project onto Obama. That's what he is. He doesn't actually really stand for much.
Exactly, and that's why he was such a good candidate. Like you were saying, they got to make up who he was. They got to just like say, this is what he believes, and this is what he's going to stand for. Right,
and so that's kind of what I was saying about with Obama. And there's a video of Saul Sender where he talks about all of this on my site. It's kind of long, but I wanted to throw it in there so people got an idea of the thinking behind even Obama's logo, which underwent several changes. And it was more about Obama himself was just a compliment to the marketing that was happening. All he had to do was go out, sound good, turn the reverb on, speak well, sound like he's a pastor, sound like he's the savior and the shepherd, and people were going to fall for it, and they did. We basically voted a can of Pepsi president. Get right down to it. So, and again with Hillary, she can't do that. Hillary can't go out and sell a message. She's not a good candidate that way, and I don't think that she understands. I don't think that she kind of has a grasp on this the way that Obama's team had a grasp on this, and she's going to have a hard time selling it. Does that mean she's not going to be able to? No, of course not. She's going to have a huge push behind her. She's going to have Hollywood behind her. Like I just mentioned, she's going to have business, Wall Street behind her that are all going to do this. But, this rebranding of her, if they don't pull it off, all the Democrats are left with is a 69-year-old woman who Wall Street loves, who hasn't driven a car since 1996. Oh, and she voted for the Iraq War.
Right.
And that's what you're stuck with
when
you get it. And that's, I kind of, I put this quote from Beirut in my piece where he says, imagine design in the 50s. They used several different fonts, and it was kind of hodgepodge the way everything was laid out. There wasn't a lot of organization. And Helvetica comes along and cleans it up. And his quote was along the lines of, imagine if you had this old, dusty, homemade, frappy looking thing and you replaced it with Helvetica. And he says it must have just been like scraping the crud off a filthy old thing and restoring it to beauty. That's the essence of what they're trying to do with Hillary Clinton.
Yes, exactly. And that's another thing that I see as far as the Republican side of things go. There really is a diverse group of people that are running on our side so far, and
not a single white man.
Exactly.
You have 2 Hispanics, a black man, and a woman. So I'm ready to have that conversation about which party looks like America.
Exactly. Which party looks like America, and I think that they could all do each other a favor by kind of like, helping point that out. As far as who's running on the Democrat side, it's 2 old white people. I mean, that's who's running.
It'll be Martin O'Malley will be in there. So he's younger, but yeah, you have you got to get another white guy in there. They don't have a lot of options on their bench. Any minority candidates that they possibly are going to try to get, which you're going to see. I kind of am still by the long belief that Cory Booker will be Hillary's running mate. People say the Castro brothers, although one of the Castro brothers, I don't necessarily see that. I think somebody like Devil Patrick, even though he's working at Bain, could possibly make that ticket. Because that's what they're going to do. They have to do their check marks. It's not going to be, qualified or who's this or that. It's going to be, how do we fill this quota? And I'm kind of the belief that if they don't have an African-American on the ticket, then a good portion of the African-American vote may not go GOP in 2016, but they're going to stay home. So that's how I see it, but I'm by no means an expert.
Well, you're pretty close. I mean, you're always pretty spot on as far as your observations and stuff go. Maybe not expert, but
it's the key. You only talk about what you know.
Oh, is that what it is?
You can sound like a genius. You sound like a genius at anything if you just stick to that rule.
I don't know that I've ever sounded like a genius about anything, but maybe it's because I talk about anything.
I don't do a lot of tweeting about quantum physics for a reason.
That's one thing I don't think I've ever tweeted about. But that is interesting though that you say Cory Booker. If she picked him, would she get like his imaginary friend too? Like would T-Bone be?
Well, considering BuzzFeed didn't write a single article on T-Bone when Cory Booker was running for re-election, I don't foresee T-Bone becoming an issue. So no, I think it's him because of everything that I just listed. He has a social media presence. He's engaging. Yeah. He's charming on social media. He's all of those things that Democrats are missing going into 2016. He's youthful and he has that energy. And I'm not by any means complimenting his competence. He was completely incompetent when he was mayor of New York with curfews, crime rates. Right. Education just went down into the toilet. So he's by no means competent, but they're not going for competence. They never do. So that's if Hillary's the nominee, which barring her going to prison and being indicted, and even then she's probably still the nominee.
I said that
but that's kind of just
today.
how that's just kind of how I see it. I look at the trends and I look at what they're focusing on, and again, part of the branding and part of the hip factor and the cool factor. Her putting her campaign headquarters in Brooklyn, which is just the craziest thing she possibly could have done on several fronts. It's all in this attempt to get her to look cool and appealing. And, she's apparently going to go to community colleges and stare at people awkwardly while she drinks and nods her head just like a ventriloquist puppet. It's just, I don't see how people are going to fall for this. I have hope that a good chunk of the American public just sees it for what it is. We do have a history with, we'll fall for the original kind of branding in politics or product in anything. We'll buy the iPod. We'll love it. We'll this is the greatest thing in the world. And then the Zune comes out and it's like, oh God, we're not going near that thing.
Right.
And so that's kind of how Hillary's the Zune. Pass it around.
I like that. I think you're right, though, as far as just looking at things. I think that she gets the nomination. I don't see how she doesn't. I just don't think that with Democrats, they have this really weird, it's almost like how criminals sometimes will have like a certain code. It's like Democrats have a code as far as like when it's it's her turn. She's gone through all this stuff and they're just going to let her have it no matter what. But, I think she could eat a fetus on camera and they're going to be like, okay.
Right. The country generally doesn't go for whoever's turn it is. When you look at the history, they don't go for the candidate who believes it's their turn. We just don't have a history of doing that. Now, we may say because it's a woman, we have to do it and just get it out of the way. But we didn't go for Bob Dole, we didn't go for John McCain, we didn't go for Mitt Romney. And what I see happening right now is what the entire, the political right went through for a year and a half with Mitt Romney. We knew going into 2012 for a year and a half, Mitt Romney was going to be the nominee. Yep. Everybody knew it. We tried to talk ourselves out of it. We want more competition. Oh, holy crap. Newt just got some applause and maybe Santorum will get up there and do, and that's just what we did. And what you're seeing is that exact same thing happen on the left. And that's why this election is so critical, because this is a generational election. They have the chance to flip the board completely. I mean, just flip it upside down, because what's so great to me about these two congressional elections is Obama has basically just wiped his party out. He's wiped it completely out. He's lost the House, the Senate, the state legislatures are huge because that's where the farming is for national talent to move up. And the GOP has just cleaned house thanks to these congressional elections. And so you have a chance to elect a younger, forward-thinking Republican into office. And I'm not even talking about anybody specifically. There's about 4 guys that fit that bill. Like right off the top of your head, you have Walker, Cruz, Rubio, and Paul all fit that kind of bill. Yeah. And we have a chance to just flip the board, but they have to know that it's going to be just as ruthless as 08 and 012, especially with the media, because the media now knows that they can get somebody elected just based on basically the affirmative action checklist. Well, we got the black guy elected, and now we're going to go for the woman, and let's get her elected now. And that's what they believe, and that's what they're going to do. So
I think that she gets the nomination without, as far as for the Democrats, without a doubt. But I do think that we have some hope on our side if they play correctly. If everybody is willing to actually go and do what they need to do. We can't hold back. Like I said, we have to all, as a collective group of like-minded people, including whoever ends up being the nominee, we can't just be like, okay, we're gonna sit back and be the nice guys in this situation. I mean, I'm not saying let's go and be like horrible people, but we have to start speaking up and being a little bit more provocative about things, and we have to start speaking up and getting angry about stuff. Whether we want to or not, we just have to stop sitting back and taking it all the time.
I think that has a lot to do with the campaigns and the teams and the people who run the campaigns. And I think you're seeing a little bit of a younger class in those regards too. At the end of the day, what we say and what they say is going to be it's not going to be as influential as getting out votes on the ground. And I'm talking data mining. I'm talking like what Obama did with his team in 2012, especially how he beat Romney, just going out and just micro-targeting every single vote that's on the ground.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, what we say on Twitter for our followings, which I hate the word following, but I hate it because nobody's a follower. we're all equal people, but for the language, it's good to get our arguments out, and it's good for people to see them, and it's good for that. But at the end of the day, there's a thing called a blue wall, and we have to figure out a way to get past that. And the only way to get past that is to get on the ground, and you kind of have to go and micro-target voters. You have to spam them. You have to hit college campuses. You have to go into places like Baltimore, even if it's futile, even if you think it's futile. They have to go onto forums like Facebook. They have to go into forums like Reddit, which not a single GOP candidate has yet to do. Looking at you, Rand Paul and Marco Rubio. And these are the things that they have to go and target voters. So I know that going on a debate and chewing out the moderator for a biased question, that gets applause and that gets people's blood, revved up and going, but that doesn't win elections at the end of the day. And that's ultimately like someone like Ben Carson's going to have a problem. Is he's really good at that. He's really good at getting the applause and the cheers. But it's just, okay, what's your how are you going to win? How are you going to go out and win Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, and or Pennsylvania? How are you going to go do that? Because those are the questions. The Democrat nominee is going to start with 180, 190 electoral votes right off the bat. So how are you going to chip away at that and find enough votes to overturn that? So, I think what we do is important, but these tech teams, I do think it's promising. You have Rubio is a forward-thinking guy, and I think he knows the mistakes. He did hire some of Romney's former Orca people, which is not encouraging at all, but hopefully they learn from their mistakes. Rand Paul's digital team seems to be on top of things. So I know they hear us, and I know they pay attention to the right people. So all you hope is that they don't blow it off and that they listen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Ted Cruz, he runs a great social media campaign. As far as, where he's usually present, he's amusing. He's not, I actually like his social media presence better than I like when he gives speeches sometimes. I think that he comes across better on social media a lot of times.
Right. So, and Cruz has been very strong in media since he announced. He nailed the Obamacare thing. He obviously had what happened with the gay hotel businessman in New York City just this past week, and he seemed to handle that pretty well by just staying out of it, which was a smart thing to do, and just kind of let the left cannibalize themselves over that. So he's been doing a good job. Does that translate over to votes? Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I do have hope. I mean, there were I think it was almost 4 million registered Republicans that did not vote in the last election for Romney. And if they had actually voted, I mean, we could have we wouldn't have Obama twice. So there is some room, and I agree with you. I think that we have to, the campaigns, they have to go into places whether you think that you should or not. And that's one thing that I think that Rand Paul has done amazingly well. He'll go talk to anybody. He doesn't care. He's like, whatever, Baltimore, see ya. Well, I'll come talk to you, Right.
I think I made that point while Hillary Clinton was cashing a Russian uranium company's check. Rand Paul was sitting in Ferguson with community leaders.
There you go.
So, and you know what? It might be pandering. It might just look pandering, and it might not be. And it may not swing one vote either way in Ferguson or Missouri come 2016. But those are all problems to me down the line. So I don't do too much shouting about somebody's immigration position right now, because every candidate has 5 of them. But right now, they just need to get their story out. They need to get their faces out. They need to get their branding out, and they need to they need to know what they're competing against. I mean, you can take your pot shots at Hillary, but you really need to realize that you're running with basically Obama's former digital team, who again they're trying to meme her up, which is this hilariously bad cell phone picture for Mother's Day. Like, I still am in disbelief her campaign released it. Like, I'm watching this, and I'm still trying to find. I was actually trying to find. I had somebody either DM me or tweeted me this. They think the picture of her on the cell phone is superimposed, like it's her on her phone, and she's like they cut her out and put her into a background. So I've been kind of keeping my eyes open for like generic stock photo backgrounds to see if I could find it. It's impossible for her to not look like a cackling ventriloquist dummy. So
I hope that is true. I hope that somebody did that. That's great.
Yeah, hopefully 2016, The Force Awakens.
That's great. I really hope that happened. That would be wonderful. Oh, geez. Well, I thought I was going to say, hey, let's take some phone calls, but we really only have like 4 minutes left because apparently we just talked the whole time.
My plan worked.
So now you don't have to take anybody's phone calls. Wow, you're brilliant.
Anyone can ask me anything they want on Twitter. My name is Stephen Miller, and my handle is @SallyCone. So feel free to throw any questions at that Twitter handle, and I'll be happy to answer them.
Yes, please do. But like I said before, I really so appreciate you doing this. It was a lot of fun. It seems like every time that you come on, the show just goes so fast. Like we end up talking about everything.
I end up talking about terrorists shooting up cartoonists. It's crazy.
I know. I think last time you were on, we ended up talking about Charlie Hebdo for a while because it had just happened. It's kind of freaky.
I think so.
So, but I do appreciate it. If you guys want to follow him, please do. It's @RedSteez on Twitter. He's a lot of fun. He makes some great tweets. He's one of my favorites. I don't think I've ever made any kind of like tried to hide that fact. Hellraiser and RedSteez and X-John are like 3 of my favorite people on Twitter ever. So if you're not following any of them, you need to. And
certainly follow me and Hellraiser before X-John.
I love X-John. He's wonderful. And you do too. You guys are good friends. And then let's see. Oh, follow me.
Don't tell anyone that. That's just going to ruin my rep.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry. Okay. And follow me. I'm artist_Angie. And I mean, I'm pretty okay on Twitter most of the time. I'm okay. I'm not as fun as Hellraiser or RedSteez or X-John. But still, I have a nice little smile and I am usually happy. So that's good about me. And you can follow Clay, who's not here tonight, but he's wonderful. I missed him tonight. I missed having somebody to pick on. I usually blame him for everything, but that's @PointlessPoll. And find us on Facebook. Go to our website. It's polititainment.net. You'll find a lot of fun things there. I think that's it. I think that's everything. Thank you so much.
Sweet. I can go now?
You can go now.
Sweet.
All right. You guys come back next week. Mondays, 9 o'clock. Catch you later.
Cheers. Thanks, Angie.
K98Talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny.
You know what time it is, so sit back and get ready for the Stafford Voice, your dose of conservative in a world of liberal.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, how you doing, everybody? I am your host, Daniel Stafford, and you are listening to the Stafford Voice, where we are conservative in a world of liberal. And tonight, I want to talk to you a little bit about getting the overall idea is to get the government out of our lives. How far do they really need to encroach? I'm going to talk to you about a couple of stories a little bit later about school. These two stories really frustrate the crap out of me. And, well, you know what? Speaking of crap, I did not have that great of a weekend. But I want you to know that, look, there's many ways to listen. So wherever you're at, however you're listening, set this channel as a favorite. Whatever you have to do so you don't get left behind. Because if for some strange, crazy reason you do, you can catch the replay. So just sit tight. There is no need to panic because I've got you. And in the case you aren't already following on social media, find me on Twitter at Stafford Voice as well as on the Facebooks. All you got to do is just search for The Stafford Voice and you will find us. Also, you can find Polititainment on Facebook and the Twitters as well. You can stay up to date with everything that I talk about, and I'm going to throw up some stories here. Wow, that sounded really bad. I'm going to post some stories throughout this week about some of the stuff we're talking about tonight, so you can dig a little deeper for yourselves. You'll find those at thestaffordvoice.com or at polititainment.net. Also, I want you to make sure that you give some love to the station. These guys, they've given us a home here, and they don't know how much they mean to us. And, well, they are there for us. I mean, they have a rock star, stellar crew that keep us pumping every week. Speaking of pumping, I told you earlier that I kind of had a crappy weekend. And, to kind of smooth things over for me tonight, I walked through the door today into the studio, and get this, my wife, my awesome, awesome wife, knew that I wasn't going to have it, that I was not having a great day. She was alongside of me, just working like a trooper throughout the weekend, so she knows how crappy it was. So she made me some brownies. No, they're not the 420 brownies, okay? Just relax. But they kind of taste like those old Girl Scout cookies they used to call them Samoas, but we can't call them Samoas anymore because that would be, we might offend somebody, and that would be really bad if we did that. So anyway, they're Samoa brownies. They're brownies with toasted coconut and caramel and chocolate and loaded full of calories, and holy crap, that's just good. So if I sound like I've got a mouthful of brownies, now you know why. I'm trying to calm down. But how crappy was my weekend? Okay, let me start. Friday, I had really good intentions about this weekend. I had a good list of things that I wanted to get done around the house. And I got off to a great start. I really did. Friday, we went and we did our whole week's worth of errands, pretty much, condensed them down into just a few hours on Friday morning, which was supposed to give us the time we needed in order to get all of our stuff done. Most of the stuff we needed to get done was out in the yard. I don't mind yard work. I don't mind being outside. I actually love being outside. I've tried to explain that to you before about how I love being outdoors with the Scouts. And we, going camping and mountain climbing and sitting in hot springs, cold springs, swimming in mountain runoff. That stuff is so much fun. But so I had to mow the yard, which doesn't sound that bad. Got off to a great start. Got the new weed eater and fired it up, just a couple of poles, unlike my old one, which took me like 20 minutes. So I basically gave up all efforts. I abandoned all efforts at that one. Got a new one. This one's great. Worked flawlessly. Pull it out of the box, just a couple of poles, and we are rip-roaring to go. Mowed the grass. Then next on the... I checked that off. Next thing on the list was clean out the garden beds. We have 6 4-foot by 8-foot garden beds. We kind of keep things separated, just kind of... I'm kind of an anal freak when it comes to things where, you know, I want... This spot has this location, and there's a spot for this, there's a spot for that. It just... I don't know. Some people call me weird. I just think it's normal. But it kind of keeps things organized, and... I know exactly which one's got which in it. I don't have to label things. I don't have to draw the picture. But so we get started on cleaning out our garden so we can start getting stuff planted. And we get off to a great start. A couple hours go by, and we're approaching dinner time. So we said, okay, let's put the tools away. Let's call it quits. Come inside. We actually had a few minutes. This is very rare that we have some spare time. So we sat down and we tried to get caught up on a couple episodes of Game of Thrones. And next thing you know, it's 10:30, and we're ready to conk out. So Saturday comes. We go out, we get our stuff, we head out to the local garden place, we get our vegetables that we're going to plant. I mean, we've got a great plan going. We start going, and we get everything planted. Now it's up to we've got rabbits. 2 years ago, when we first started a garden, we were infected. We had an infestation of rabbits. I think they were throwing a neighborhood rabbit block party on our garden, because we came home one day and they had totally obliterated our whole garden. Absolutely redonkulous. And luckily, they didn't completely ruin everything, because we did actually get a small little bit of a harvest that year. But so we knew going into this that we were going to have to protect our garden. So we pound in the stakes, and we've got the wire, and we're putting up the fence. And the next thing you know, I shoot a staple in my hand. I'm used to one of those old Stanley style staplers. Industrial staplers where you squeeze it a certain way and the staple comes out of the other end. You guys know what I'm talking about. The old nasty ones like your grandma and grandpa used to use. Oh my God. So we have one of those new style where it's ergonomic and it's supposed to be easy to use, and it was. I will tell you, it will go through your skin just as easy as it will a wooden post. So that's where the whole weekend started going down the drain. Not really down the drain like it was supposed to, because this is where everything turns to crap. So that was our Saturday. Saturday, we get done with the garden. My dad shows up. Luckily, because I was about ready just to feed the rabbits again. So my dad shows up, and I'm one of those conservative types. If I can do it myself, I'm going to do it myself. If I can't, then fine. I'll call somebody. If I have exhausted all efforts, and one of those things, I'm sorry, but I've got a really simple hairstyle that I've been cutting my own hair for the last, 18 years? 18 years. It's not the best, but it gets the job done. It looks okay. I get compliments every now and then. But I just can't see dropping all that money for something that I can do here at home. So my dad comes over like he does every Saturday, and this Saturday he needed a haircut, so gave him a haircut. We go downstairs, we start our workout, and we get done with our workout, go upstairs, and we start dinner. And my wife had started laundry right before dinner. So, which is okay because I don't mind helping with laundry. Really, I don't. Well, my dad's talking about getting ready to leave, and, my son and his wife were over, and we were having a really good evening. Up until my wife comes, it almost sounded like a tornado stomping up the steps because she did not sound happy. Why? Because we've got an old washer and dryer. We've repaired them a couple of times. Yes, I did it myself. It really wasn't that bad. But she thought that the washer had overflowed. Sometimes you put in too big of a load of laundry, and yeah, it can happen. If you've got a big full load of towels or blankets and stuff like that, yeah, it'll overflow. So I thought that maybe she had overflowed it, and that it happens. So I go downstairs because she stomped up the stairs, and she says, "It did it again." So I knew. I didn't know. I thought maybe my mom had been resurrected and she was getting ready to call me by my full name. I haven't heard that happen in years. But anyway, so I go downstairs and I look. Sure enough, water covering the laundry room floor. I mean, it's not draining down the drain at all. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, let's get some towels and let's soak it up. And we'll just, let's make sure that our load isn't as big as you probably, whatever. So, while we're standing here sopping it all up, my daughter-in-law happened to go to the bathroom. She flushes the toilet. Next thing you know, about 5 gallons of water comes up out of the stupid drain. Yes, I had a crappy weekend. Literally a crappy weekend. I spent my weekend, my Saturday night, and my Sunday on my hands and knees, digging around in a sewer drain, trying to figure out how to make this crap go down the drain. Now, yeah, there weren't chunks. There was none of that stuff. It really was just water. All the solid waste. Oh God, I need to go and I got to make sure I say in my prayers tonight that I thank the Lord that there was no solid waste. It was just liquid waste. But so finally, like 1 o'clock on Sunday, I had the unfortunate event that I had to call a plumber. And, he's probably not going to get upset at me for using his name, but Richard, this plumber that we called in, Robert, not Richard. We'd say Richard just to save namesake, but his name's Robert. So, Robert shows up and he's like, Hi, Mr. Stafford, I'm Robert. It's nice to meet you. And I'm shaking this guy's hand. It's like, literally, I looked right at him and I said, Hi, Robert, I'm Daniel, and I don't want to meet you on these circumstances. But anyway, so he said, don't worry, we'll get you fixed up. He said, show me what's going on, tell me what's happening. So, long story short, he gets out this big long snake machine, sticks it down the drain. About an hour goes by, and finally it sounds like the world's largest toilet had just been flushed and went down our drain. Because he finally hit whatever the blockage was, probably tree roots. Because where we live, we've got big, gnarly looking large trees. I mean, these trees have been here 40 plus years. Some of them maybe longer. So they're old growth trees. So yeah, they've probably found their way through a crack, and we consistently, every time we flush our toilet, we consistently give them fertilizer to use. But listen, I had a crappy weekend. It really did suck. But the plumber guy, I was so grateful for the plumber guy for what he did. Unfortunately, he's one of those guys that has to work on Sundays. The last thing I want to do is have somebody I want to have somebody come and do something like that for me. We don't go out to eat. We don't go do anything. We go to church on Sunday and we relax. It's the one day during the week that I really get to relax. It's a day of rest, and we take full advantage of it. I did not get to rest on Sunday. And, come to think of it, yeah, today I was a little cranky, but we all aren't we kind of afforded that? Really? I mean, after the weekend that we had, anyway. So that kind of explains how crappy my weekend was. And I'm just going to keep referring to how crappy it was because I think it's just hilarious. Whatever. Anyway, look, we've got to get to some business here because I don't want to spend all night talking about crap or poop. We'll leave that to some other shows out there. But, so, like I'd said when we initially started, I want to talk about the government and or other, I guess, entities that kind of have jurisdiction over. They have a little bit of leeway as to say what you can and can't do. And so let's just dive right into that. And look, I hope my pals Angie and Paul are out there listening because I finally got to have my own poop story. So back off, Angie. Okay, Edmund Burke, one of the fathers of conservatism, back in 1756, he asked a question, and it's a really formulative question on political theory, which it goes back even farther than what he is being dated as saying this, which 1756. It first came up in a first or second century Latin poetry. I can't remember the guy that originally kind of coined this phrase, but since then it's debated to have been a source of inspiration for guys like Plato and Cicero and Socrates. But in Latin, it translates to, quote, "Who will guard the guards themselves?" Now, mind you, Burke was influenced by guys like Plato and Cicero and Socrates. But here's what he said about this. And it's kind of debated of whether he was being a little sarcastic in saying what he says. But it is a rather lengthy quote here, but it all fits in, so hang tight. He says, quote, "I have defended natural religion against a confederacy of atheists and divines. I now plead for national society against politicians, and for natural reason against all three. When the world is in a fitter temper than it is at present to hear truth, or when I shall be more indifferent about its temper, my thoughts may become more public. In the meantime, Let them repose in my own bosom, and in the bosoms of such men as are fit to be initiated in the sober mysteries of truth and reason. My antagonists have already done as much as I could desire. Parties in religion and politics make sufficient discoveries concerning each other to give a sober man a proper caution against them all. The monarchic, aristocratical, and popular partisans have been jointly laying their axes to the root of all government, and have in their turns provided each other absurd and inconvenient. In vain you tell me that artificial government is good, but that I fall out only with the abuse, the thing. The thing itself is the abuse. Observe, my lord, I pray you, that grand error upon which all artificial legislative power is founded. It was observed that men had ungovernable passions, which made it necessary to guard against the violence that they may offer to each other. They appointed governors over them for this reason, but a worse and more perplexing difficulty arises: how to be defended against the governors. Now, I will probably totally screw this part up, because this is the Latin part about what we were referring to earlier, where it translates, who will guard the guards themselves. It says, quis custodiet ipsos custodes. In vain they change from a single person to a few. These few have the passions of the one, and they unite to strengthen themselves and to secure the gratification of their lawless passions at the expense of the general good. Wow. So in all of that, what he's really saying is, it leads up to that one important question towards the end, where when he says in Latin, quis custodiet ipsos custodes. Who will guard the guards themselves? Listen. This is so pressing for today. This should have been a warning years ago, when we have continued to give and give and give so much power to those in government, whether it be in Washington or local politics, when we have given them so much power that now who is guarding them? Do we really, as the people, the most powerful arm of the government, we the people, do we have enough power to guard what they are doing? It's a fascinating question. And, here in just a second, we're going to talk about a couple of stories about one has to do with a school lunch and one that has to do with an absence. And we'll fit that in and how it goes together. We'll be right back.
You'll be able to keep your health care plan. This is the most transparent administration in history. Not even a smidgen of corruption.
Fact is, we had 4 dead Americans. What difference at this point does it make?
If you got a business, you didn't build that.
The feeling most people get when they hear Barack Obama's speech, I felt this thrill going up my leg. I mean, I don't have that too often.
Steady.
It's time to hear the truth about America's biggest challenges. Ricky Robinson, host of America Off the Rails, will tackle the important issues facing America today as he tries to keep America from coming off the track. Get ready to hear the truth every Monday through Friday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, and on Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern and 11 Central here on K98Talk.com and the Spark Radio Network.
Welcome to Miss Taliban 2015. I am John, and tonight I am joined with my co-host Steven. How are you?
I'm good, John, and I'm super excited to host Miss Taliban 2015 with you.
You know, Steven, I can't remember the last time I saw so many beautiful women.
So true, and it looks like tonight's team is black. Not everyone can pull off the burqa like this group of contestants. John, what do you say we send it down to the stage to hear from some of our ladies?
I thought you'd never ask. Let's send it down to Michael for our question and answer portion.
Steven, John, thank you so much. I've got contestant A with me, and your question for tonight is, with the recent passing of the Saudi king, how do you think it will impact the region? Thank you, contestant A. Contestant B, your question is, what are your thoughts on the new burqa standards? Great answer, contestant B. Our final contestant of the night, contestant C. What is your recent reaction to the recent State of the Union speech by President Obama? Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. John, Steven, back to you.
Thank you, Michael. Steven, the judges have got their work cut out for themselves tonight.
You couldn't be any more correct. They really had their hands full during the swimsuit part of the competition. I don't know about you, but I know I've got my eyes on.
Well, it looks like our judges have tallied up their scores, and we are just about ready to announce the winner of Miss Taliban 2015.
You know, usually the previous winner will crown the next, but Miss Taliban 2014 was stoned to death for showing too much of her eyes. With that, let's find out who won, shall we?
It is with our distinct honor that this year's Miss Taliban 2015 is contestant C.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your Miss Taliban 2015.
Breaking news.
This just in, Miss Taliban 2015 has been announced. However, there was so much excitement that it set off her suicide vest.
Thank you. As a distinguished gentleman, I need a serious source of news. One that doesn't waste my time when I'm enjoying my tea and crumpets.
White powdered! White powdered!
One that catches the most important stories of the day.
The poop plane.
Was it jet poop?
Real serious nonsense. Mondays, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, now on K98 Talk.
Gonna just move in another direction towards the classy.
We'll be classy and not say dildo.
They're completely different.
Back when he was in grade school, the only crayons he ever cared about were the red one, the white one, and the blue one.
The Stafford Voice.
Alright, we're back. I am still your host, Daniel Stafford, and you are listening to the Stafford Voice. Sorry, I'm still snacking on these incredible Samoa brownies. Wow, they're rich, but awesome. I'm gonna finish it. Anyway, okay, so before we went to break, we were talking about who's guarding the guards. And these two stories really kind of ticked me off. This first one is about a school lunch, and the next one's about an unexcused absence, which is totally bunk if you ask me. But, you know, we send our kids to school to get educated. We hope that they are, in fact, getting an education and not being completely brainwashed by young libtards that think they know everything and that... Anyway, let's not go off on that tangent, because we all know how crappy Common Core is. So here we have a story coming out of Colorado that this school gets upset because this mom sent her kid to school with Oreos in her lunchbox. So the school sends a note home with the kid, talking about the quote-unquote requirements for a nutritious lunch. The note said, "Dear parents, it is very important that all students have a nutritious lunch. This is a public school setting, and all children are required to have a fruit, a vegetable, and a heavy snack from home, along with a milk. If they have potatoes, the child will also need bread to go along with it." Oh my God, are we putting our kids in a diabetic coma? Oh, okay. Anyway, Lunchables, chips, fruit snacks, and peanut butter are not considered to be a healthy snack. This is a very important part of our program, and we need everyone's participation. Okay, seriously. Oreos have been around for how long? I mean, if there was something incoherently bad about Oreos, don't you think that we would have cleaned half the population of the world? Seriously. I'm going to die here at the end of the show. I mean, when I'm done broadcasting tonight, I will probably pass out in a diabetic coma, due in part to my wife trying to make me feel better by fixing me these incredibly awesome Samoa brownies. What? Who in their right mind at that school thought that it was pressing enough to tell this kid, to send a note home with this kid about the Oreos, that we need to have a better lunch for your kid? On top of that, they did... Listen. She was able to eat the whole lunch, except the Oreos. The school did not let the kid eat the Oreos. It was like 4 freaking Oreos. Seriously, when I sit down to eat Oreos, I'm eating half the carton. What the hell? Oh my goodness. Oh, I mean, you can't... Seriously, you can't take your kid to school... Okay, look. How many times have you sent your... Has your child come home from school with a note that says, so-and-so is having a birthday party? Your child has volunteered to bring cookies or bring cupcakes or bring candy. We just want you to be aware. Please have 400 cupcakes by tomorrow. We only have 30 kids in class. I will take the rest home and feed my family. Go! Yeah. Go! Seriously, this is the crap that we put our kids through? Yeah, let the kid eat a couple of Oreos. Let the kid be a kid. For crying out loud. The kid's only like 5 or 6 years old. Now, let's talk about this other one. Now, this is mind-boggling. But kudos to the parents, because this guy's got a level head on his shoulders. So, how many of you have called your child out sick, or, you had planned a family vacation like 6 months in advance? You started planning this trip you were going to go skiing or something like that during the winter in Colorado or out in Utah, and you started planning this trip, and you've been saving since the summer. Everything was set in stone. Summer or winter time comes up, you call your kid out for school. It just happened to be not the week that they had like the 3-week Christmas vacation, but it was the 1 week out of the month where they actually had school in December. You called your kid out. Cool, right? Wrong. At least at this school. So, the dad calls the kid out for a couple of days. And because the guy had been training to do the Boston Marathon. Okay, so, I've gone to powerlift. I've been at powerlifting meets. I've competed a couple of times, and it really helps to have a support staff there for you. Take my wife, take my dad, take my son. We've gone, and they've supported me. Supported me way more than I've ever asked. Whenever I want to diet down a couple of pounds, my wife is right there with me. She's eaten nothing but plain boiled chicken and broccoli with no cheese, okay? No cheese, just plain old steamed broccoli, which I absolutely adore. I absolutely love steamed broccoli and steamed cauliflower. But, so, understanding what this guy is putting himself through in order to train to run the Boston Marathon, I have absolutely no problems with this guy calling out his kid for a couple of days. And, well, they come back from their trip. He finishes the Boston Marathon. His kids are there, and his wife is there at the finish line to watch this whole thing happen. They come home, and he gets a letter from the school that says, "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Rossi, I understand that your family recently took a family vacation. I want you to be aware that the Abington School District does not recognize family trips as an excused absence. Regardless of the activities involved in the trip, the school district is not in the position of overseeing family vacations or evaluating the educational nature of a family trip. The dates that your child were absent were recorded as unexcused. An accumulation of unexcused absences can result in a referral to our attendance officer and a subsequent notice of a violation of the compulsory school attendance law. Please contact me if you have any questions. Thank you. Sincerely, Principal." Okay, the other half of the story of why this principal was probably so damn butthurt that this kid wasn't there to take was because it was during standardized testing, which you can make up at any time. You can make up those stupid standardized... Yeah, because we can honestly figure out the intellect of a person by just putting down a state-run, standardized test in front of them. Aside from the fact that schools actually receive funding based off of how well the students do and how many students who attend the school actually took the test and this and that, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so the dad, Mr. Rossi, completely got ticked off. He wrote this scathing letter, which kudos to him. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better. I mean, this guy is rock steady. He says, "Dear Madam Principal, while I appreciate your concern for our children's education, I can promise you they learned as much in the 5 days we were in Boston as they would in an entire year in school. Our children had a once-in-a-lifetime experience, one that can't be duplicated in a classroom or read in a book. In the 3 days of school they missed, which consisted of standardized testing that they could take any time, they learned about dedication, commitment, love, perseverance, overcoming adversity, civic pride, patriotism, American history, culinary arts, and physical education. They watched their father overcome injury, bad weather, the death of a loved one, and many other obstacles to achieve an important personal goal. They also experienced firsthand the love and support of thousands of others cheering on people with a common goal. At the marathon, they watched blind runners, runners with prosthetic limbs and debilitating diseases, and people running to raise money for great causes, run in the most prestigious and historic marathon in the world. They also paid tribute to the victims of a senseless act of terrorism and learned that no matter what evil may occur, terrorists cannot deter the American spirit. These are the things they won't ever truly learn in the classroom. In addition, our children walked the Freedom Trail, visited the site of the Boston Tea Party, the Boston Massacre, and the graves of several signers of the Declaration of Independence. These are the things they will learn in school a year or more from now. So, in actuality, our children are ahead of the game. They also visited an aquarium, sampled great cuisine, and spent many hours of physical activity, walking and swimming. We appreciate the efforts of the wonderful teachers and staff and cherish the education they are receiving at Rydell Elementary School. We truly love our school. But I wouldn't hesitate to pull them out of school again for an experience like the one they had this past week. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Mr. Rossi." Boom! Dude brought it. Anyway, look, you have got to stand your ground. Whether it's as something as trivial as Oreos, or signing your own kid out of school, you as the parent calling in and saying, "I'm calling in to excuse my child." You don't have to give a damn excuse. You just call your kid out of school. Unreal. Completely unreal that kind of stuff is out there happening. I mean, people really want to push the envelope to see how far they can go to gain more control. It's all about control with some people out there. It really is. And unfortunately, it looks like we're up to our last break, and I apologize. We're going to run through these quickly, but when we come back. But we've still got some good stuff coming up, so stick around.
K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level, or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access. at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com.
Hey everybody, this is Jason, host of According to Me. I'd like to invite you to check out my show. It's a 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes in... listen, I hate to interrupt, but one thing I can do is read off a script. Just say, let me be clear a lot. It works. President Obama, I can handle this. It's a radio promo. I'm not green. I've done this before. Did someone say green? Now, Al Gore is here. Listen, I'm just trying to record a radio promo. Do you mind? Now, do you say good things about me on the show? No, not at all. But if it makes you feel any better, I rip on Republicans just as much. The AM radio frequencies give off very high levels of radiation. Look, my show is on the internet, which you invented. Can I just do my promo? I got a pen. I can veto that, you know. I know you got a pen. It's not a law. It's a radio promo. Listen, just listen to my show. Barack Obama and Al Gore hate it, so you're going to love it. Here's an executive order. Don't listen to his show. He doesn't like me. He's racist. And he doesn't recycle either. That's it. I'm done. It's According to Me, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here.
Not on my watch, our military service members say, as they volunteer to serve. Not on my watch, they say, as they leave their families behind to keep the rest of ours safe. As they move out, stand firm, and take fire. So not on our watch, we say, to the severely ill or injured veterans who can't get the care they deserve, the therapists they need to walk again, the treatment they need to talk again, the lifetime of day-to-day help they need to live full and independent lives. When there's no more government funding, or a nursing home seems like the only option, or everyone says there's no hope for recovery, we won't leave one warrior behind. Not on our watch. Find out how you can do your part at findwwp.org.
We've done the research. He is the long-lost brother of Flava Flav. The Stafford Voice, boy!
Wow, okay, finally. Woo, chalked me up because I finished my brownies. Woo! Wow. Okay, I could probably go all night long. Oh, okay. No, I couldn't do this all night long. I could probably go for another maybe 30 minutes or an hour, but we're going to cut it short. We're not going to go that long. So, look, I stumbled across something really, really cool. You guys know I love to read. And you guys know that I'm a religious guy. And when I saw this, it really kind of piqued my interest. And this is one of those stories that I'm gonna post on the site later. Probably not today because of how crappy my weekend was. But I'll get it on there. I'll get it on there for you because this was really cool. And it'll give you an idea of maybe what some of this hubbub is about. But it's about this medieval prayer wheel. I don't really know if that's the right thing to call it, but hat tip to religion news on this one. Back in April, Manhattan's Les Enluminar, I don't know, some gallery. They had which was, they deal in medieval stuff, medieval manuscripts and stuff like that. They put a book on sale. Now this book was old. They're dating it back to the year 980. It was, it wasn't real paper. I'm trying to I can't remember what they said the pages were made out of, but regardless, this book is really rare. The cover is, it's a piece of wood, and it's got carvings on it. It's got clasps that hold it together. Really, really cool looking. But it was what was on the inside that really kind of piqued my interest. Not so much the fact that it contained that it only contained the Gospels, the 4 accounts of Jesus' life, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Those were, but on one of the first pages of this thing was the, I think it's German pronunciation, the Lisburn prayer wheel. Anyway, look, they really don't understand how you use it. Is it cool? Yeah. Will I study this little prayer wheel a little more and kind of figure out what I think of it? I mean, it's really cool. It's black and red lettering, and it's you'll see. But yeah, I want to study this a little more. There's some really cool stuff on there, and how it's laid out. But I thought it was really darn cool and thought I'd share it with you. But there's a couple other things I want to share with you before we wrap this night up. On this day in history. On this day in history in 1865, Lincoln was buried in Illinois. And, I didn't know this, but aside from the fact that his funeral train traveled through 180 some cities and like 7 or 8 states to get there, every time they stopped, there were mourners, obviously. But here's what I didn't know. I didn't know this. Lincoln's son, his name was Willie, he died at 11 from typhoid fever back in 1862. He was originally buried in Washington while Lincoln was president. But along with Lincoln being transported to Springfield, they brought his son with him. And he was buried right there next to his dad on the same day. I thought that was a really cool story. And then one that's not so darn cool, which kind of fits the theme for today, I guess. Back in 1970, 4 students were killed at Kent State. We all know that story about how the student protesters, they torched the ROTC building on campus. The Ohio governor called in the National Guard. Well, the guardsmen were being harassed, and I guess they were kind of pushed to the breaking point, and they fired into the crowd. And they killed 4 people, and they wounded 11 others. Well, shortly after, President Nixon issued a statement that deplored the deaths, but said that it should serve as a reminder that, quote, when dissent turns to violence, it invites tragedy. And some of the things that we've seen lately on the news, whether it was in Ferguson or over in Baltimore, we need to think about stuff like that. When dissent turns to violence, only more bad things are going to come from it. Now, by that sound, we all know what time it is. It's a little bit of time for Who Said That. We've got only a short bit of time to talk about this, but I really want you guys to hear this, and I hope this software works for us tonight, because it's such a short little segment. But you really listen. If you've never heard the Who Said That segment, it's a little segment where weekly, it doesn't matter whether you're Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, libertarian, it doesn't matter. If you're saying something so stupid, something so stupid we can't even insult you, we're going to call you out. I mean, there are people out there that are literally so stupid they couldn't pour the piss out of a boot if the instructions were on the heel. And this week, he just kind of speaks for himself. Have a listen.
So she's now running for president. Will you continue to give speeches?
Oh, yeah. But I got to pay our bills.
Okay. Listen, I gotta pay them bills. Seriously? Yeah, I gotta pay them. Don't you remember? Then I told you you love me. Okay, listen, we don't want to hear you sing, Billy. Okay? Bill Clinton got out there, and he was asked about this. He was asked about whether he was going to continue giving hundreds and thousands of dollars of speeches. And, well, I gotta pay them bills. Needless to say, we cannot forget, that is, when Hillary Rotten Clinton, said that they were dead broke when they left the White House, and that they were in debt, and they understand the middle class. They're right there with you, even though their daughter went to a Ivy League college and they have multi-million-dollar extravagancies in their life. And anyway, don't talk about all that stuff. Listen, they've got bills to pay, okay? That's all you got to remember. Good old Billy Clinton, BJ Clinton, has got bills to pay. Yes. Yeah. Oh, Hillary Clinton is just laughing her hiney off, and maybe she needs to, because maybe that rainbow-colored pantsuit is screaming for help. Anyway, but Bill's got to pay them bills, and we kind of have to do the same, so we've got to get off of here and let you get back to doing what you do best. Look, I want you to know how blessed I am that you tune in every week and you give us time out of your busy schedule. I am deeply humbled by all of your guys' support. You listeners out there are the smartest of the smartest of listeners, and you are such a blessing, and I want you to know how much you mean to us here at the Stafford Voice and the rest of the Polititainment group as well. But judging by that sound in the background, that means we have taken up all the time we have for this week. And God willing, the Stafford Voice will be back next week. You can follow me on Twitter at Stafford Voice, or look me up on Facebook by looking for the Stafford Voice. Email your questions or comments, whether they're good or bad. I will read all of them and respond to them as needed. You can send them to daniel@polititainment.net. Thank you so much for your time, and until next week, thanks and God bless.
K98Talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com.
We will keep this promise to the American people. If you like your doctor, you will be able to keep your doctor, period. If you like your health care plan, you will be able to keep your health care plan, period. This is the most transparent administration in history. Not even a smidgen of corruption.
Fact is, we had 4 dead Americans. What difference at this point does it make?
If you got a business, you didn't build that.
Oh, welcome to the face. Welcome to the face of the new day.
It's time to hear the truth about America's biggest challenges. You're listening to America Off the Rails with your host, Rick Robinson.
All right, folks, well, happy Saturday morning. I am Rick Robinson. You are listening to America Off the Rails. We'll be live with you for the next hour. Anyone who's interested in joining me, I will be hanging out in the K98talk.com chat room today. Pretty easy to find. Just go to www.k98talk.com. There's a player right there in the top of the screen. You can also click on the link right there that says chat. I am in there waiting to see if anybody wants to hang out with me. It is a new feature for us, so it may take us a little while to get it built up, but we do plan on starting to use it more regularly. And I am the worst about that because I typically solo the shows that I do on my own, so I can't always pay attention to the chat, but I will do my best. All right, so we do have a lot of things to talk about. So many things. Honestly, not sure we're going to be able to fit it all into the new hour format for the Saturday show. I have to admit, since I've gotten sick, I haven't been able to keep up with things as well as I used to. So I'm going to start trying to free up some of my schedule a little more for the behind-the-scenes stuff that has been kind of falling through the cracks and slipping by. So from this point forward, Finding Common Ground will be an hour show every Saturday until further notice. So will the America Off the Rails Saturday edition. I used to have that show try to be a little bit longer, this one, to kind of outline what I was going to be talking about for the coming week, but as I have spent so much time down and then trying to get back to the point where I could talk without sounding like Froggy from the Little Rascals, I've decided that at least for the short term, I mean, let's face it, when I do everything I'm supposed to do live radio-wise, I already do 8 shows a week. And I'm not saying that to toot my own horn. I'm just saying that that's a lot of extra work. There's a lot of things behind the scenes that go into these shows. Lots of things that until you actually start trying to do them, you don't realize how much work they actually are. You listen to guys like Sean Hannity and Rush Limbaugh who get paid to talk on the air for 3 hours a day, and then you're like, but then they're done. I spend 8 hours a day doing my job, but I don't make half of what they make. I've got to tell you, most of my shows are only an hour, but it's a lot like college. You know how they tell you, when you sign up for college that you're taking a 3-credit-hour course? You're really only spending about 2 hours. Where did I go? Oh, there I am. We lost us for a moment there. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it was because I was because I was starting to talk about college? Is the FCC already starting to monitor the internet? Were you afraid I was going to talk about how free college is a bad idea? Is that what happened? Anyway, it's not free, but that's a story for another day. So anyway, it's just one of those things where for every hour that you hear, there's usually at least 2 or 3 hours of prep work that happens there sometime. And if it gets to the point where you're trying to do one every day for at least an hour, and let's face it, there are 6 days a week I am on the air, multiple shows a day in some cases. So yeah, there are times when things get a little hectic. So for the short term, we are reducing the schedule a little bit. Also, mainly because there are some things that are in the works with some other folks, and I do hope to have some of our shows cross-promoted more recently, so the hour format will make that a little bit easier, because I do notice that a lot of other networks stick to hour-long shows lately. So this is one of the ones that I do plan on hoping they decide they want to pick up should this deal close. They shall remain nameless at the moment, because we are still in negotiations, and I have given my word, but hopefully we'll have an announcement about that soon. I know I keep saying that, because it's been in the works now for a while, but, some of us didn't get to go hang out at CPAC all last weekend, which honestly, even if I'd had the capability to be able to be there, I wouldn't have been there. I was sick as a dog all last weekend and would have probably gotten the entire conservative base in America sick. So, yeah, it wouldn't have been a good idea for me to be there anyway. However, after seeing all the Twitter explosions and the tweets and the pictures and everything else, come hell or high water, if I can do it, I'm going to find a way to be there next year. We do have in the works the hope that the Spark Radio Network will be at the Young Conservative Leadership Conference that's coming up here in a few months here in the Oklahoma City area. We are trying to work things out logistically to make sure that at least one of us is there, maybe 2, more if we can figure it out, but we are hoping to have a presence there as we start doing more and more and moving more towards full-time radio. Kind of thought it was a good idea if we started doing more than just having folks pontificate like myself and actually occasionally report some news stories. But that is just stuff that's kind of in the works. Speaking of the CPAC thing, I have to say I really wasn't going to give this guy much airtime. But something broke last night right as I was in the middle of doing my sound check and realized that something wasn't working, and had decided to call it because that way I could make sure everything was fixed before today, since we do so many shows back to back. Apparently, there has been an individual who shall remain nameless. However, if you're on Twitter, you know who I'm talking about, who decided to tell the world that he was going to be at CPAC this past weekend, and then even on the air pretended to be at CPAC. However, the people that I know through Twitter who were there say they never saw this person there, and that some of the things that he even talked about on live broadcasts while he was supposedly, there were air quotes there in case you didn't see them, at CPAC never occurred. So I don't understand this. This person, from all accounts, has a fairly decent following. Granted, there are now rumors and reports that the majority of some of those followings are bought and paid for, but I shall remain commentless on that. But that being said, why would you lie about something that is that easily verifiable when you know that there are hundreds of conservative bloggers and up-and-coming talk show hosts that do everything they can to find a way to be there, just in the hopes that they get noticed by somebody that can help catapult them in the right direction, and you're going to try to make up crap about being there? I mean, come on, I'm not going to lie. The closest I would have been to CPAC this year, if we would have been able to pull it off and I wouldn't have been sick at the time that they were there, was I was going to have some friends who were part of another network who was there, who were going to have me call in while they were live with somebody at CPAC, so I could actually at least be part of the conversation, even though I would have been remoting in. But I wouldn't have told anybody, hey, yeah, I'm live sitting here on Radio Row at CPAC, blah, 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 blah. No. Come on. I mean, and this isn't the first time this person has lied. But people still listen to this person. I don't understand this. I really don't. I mean, come on. Who didn't grow up telling fish stories? You know, sitting around with a bunch of friends and you start talking about something, and the next thing you know, it's all blown out of proportion. And it's still going because you got friends that are egging you on at this point. They're like, yeah, it was cool. I was there. It was awesome. And this happened and that happened. But at some point, you have to grow up. You have to stop trying to build yourself up to more than what you are. Quit trying to pretend you're a big shot. You either have, and everybody does if you really want to stop and think about it, you either have the potential to possibly become a big shot should you decide to work through it and persevere and try to do whatever it is that you need to do to become a big shot and whatever it is that you're trying to do. Or you can lie about what a big shot that you already are and pray that nobody finds out about it at any point in time, and then it all blows up in your face. Well, that's exactly what's happening to this guy, because someone had pointed out that if this individual was at CPAC, they would have been so egotistical that they would have been snapping selfies everywhere with anyone that they could have seen that was important, even if it was a photobomb version of a selfie. And yet there were no pictures, none. I've seen plenty of pictures from people that I know that were there. Scott's Fire was there. Saw some pictures with her. JD was there. Saw some pictures with her. Hammy, who I've spoken to a few times, who also is the director over at Alcon Radio. He was there. I've seen some pictures of him there. So, I mean, there's lots of folks that I know that were there. It's part of the reason why I kind of wish I was there, because it would have been kind of cool to see all these folks face to face, because we've talked on air a few times, talked over the phone a few times, talked through Twitter, but never really face to face. Some of you right now should probably be very glad I wasn't there. You've seen my picture. I'm just saying. Okay, so there's a reason I do radio, folks. I mean, you know, life has not been fun for me. There have been some things that have happened, some through birth, others along the way, because, you know, I did overcome a lot of my issues, and then as I've gotten older, things have happened to bring them back to the forefront. But that is, you know, a complete and utter other story. And I'm not one of these guys that's going to be like, well, you know, oh, woe is me. I'm the guy that tells you I don't care if something's broken or something doesn't work right. You can still contribute to society. There are plenty of jobs where all you really have to do is be able to think and have at least rudimentary control of certain parts of your body, and you can still do a job. I get paid. I work a 40-hour week. There hasn't been a time since I was I mean, I gotta admit, there was about a 3-year stint from about 18 to 21 where I couch surfed and thought I was going to take over the world as a hippie and yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. And you see how well that worked out, because I went from hippie to conservative from about the age of 21 to 25, because I did start working for a living and I started seeing all the crap that was coming out of my paycheck on a regular basis. Then I started reading up on where all this stuff was going, and I'm like, oh no, this has got to change. But, that's kind of the progression of age, Usually from about 18 to 21, you think you're going to take over the world. You think you can do it as some sort of a peace-loving, beatnik hippie kind of thing. And then the next thing you know, nothing's really changing. And then the older you get, a lot of times the more conservative you get. There's actually a quote out there that if you are not a liberal when you are younger, you are heartless. If you don't at some point start conforming to more of a conservative idea as you get older, it's because you're brainless. I'm not going to say anything one way or the other, because I have folks of all ages and stripes that are of both persuasions, so you can hold your opinions in whatever way you deem fit. But back to what I was talking about before, and again, this person will remain nameless. But why you gotta lie about something that's so simply and easily verifiable? And not only did you lie about it, you could have at least come on the air at some point and said, hey, you know what? We were gonna be there, something fell through, but no, you had to pretend you were there the whole time. I mean, come on. Really? Did you think nobody would realize that you weren't there? But apparently, from what I understand, again, a lot of what I thought, because I had started looking into this person when I started seeing some folks on Twitter complaining about them and their attack methods and everything else, and I was like, dude, this guy's got lots of Twitter followers and blah, 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 and he's got this and he's got that, and the more you look at them, the more you realize most of his followers really don't say very much. So I'll let you draw the conclusion there, because I don't want to be accused of slandering someone on live interwebs radio. But that being said, come on, especially if you're going to play conservative, at least try to pretend you're honest for 5 minutes. It's just scary, the things that people will listen to now and the people that they will listen to now. And especially if this guy has any type of a following at all, that's just really scary to me, because they're way more intelligent and better informed people that you should be listening to. And no, I'm not referring to myself. I do thank every one of you that tune in and listen on a regular basis. It's great. It's awesome. Love the fact that you do it. But there are people even better than me in this day and age that do this kind of thing. And I don't claim to be some sort of a talk radio rock star. That's one of the reasons why I was honestly surprised when I was contacted by the folks at Top Talk Radio, and they'd asked if I wanted to be, or they had invited me to actually be considered one of their Top Talk Radio hosts for the entire nation. I'm really surprised there, I've got to say. But, like I tell everybody else, it's not anything that I'm trying to do per se, as far as trying to build myself up, as much as I'm trying to build up the entire network and the entire station, which is one reason why we do work so hard to cross-promote with quite a few folks. If you're not a regular listener here, you may not know, but we have currently shows from folks like Vigilant Liberty Radio. We have the folks from Voices of Global Freedom Radio that do a show with us. They do their show weekly, but we usually air it about twice a week, usually once on Saturdays, and then again at some point prime time in the evenings. The day does sometimes vary. Our schedule's in a bit of a flux, so I do hope to have that situated. But again, with some of the talks that we're in, we've had to kind of change a few things around in the hopes that everything pans out, because I wanted to be ready to go from the moment they say go, as soon as we know what all we're going to be doing. So just make sure that you're checking out the website every day. Make sure you are connected to both my Twitter account as well as the station's Twitter account, because you will get routine updates, especially from my account. I guess at some point I need to change that stuff over to actually drop to the talk account, but I spend most of my time on my account, so I have everything kind of fed where anytime anything goes live or it drops, it goes out on that Twitter feed. You can also find us on TuneIn Radio by searching K98 Talk. You can also find this show on Stitcher. as a podcast, also on IR Radio, and we do have our own mobile app in the Android store. It is a bit of a long name, and I didn't really get it explained to me how best to do that before I named it, and unfortunately you can't go back in and rename it once you've built the app, because they're like, once you submit, you're done. So just put America Off the Rails in quotation marks. You can download the app, take the show anywhere. Of course, Spreaker is fully mobile integrated, so you can find us there. That is one of our platforms that we're on. And you can also, the website itself at K98talk.com is fully mobile friendly as well, so you can always either stream whatever's live there or the rebroadcast of whatever was last up as the live show. Since we do not yet have 24-hour content, we do constantly have something playing, though, because we don't want folks to tune in and hear dead air. So if we're not doing anything live, something is playing at any point in time. As we continue to build our lineup, both with shows that we produce through my company, the Spark Radio Network, or other folks, and we are hoping to get a pretty good chunk of that airtime out of the way if this particular deal goes through, but we shall have to wait and see. Now, okay, I think I've talked about that stuff a little bit more than I actually intended to, so I'm going to make myself shut up now. Now, for those of you who may have listened to Bryce's show, I have something I want to play and then kind of come at from a different angle, so bear with me for just a moment here.
ISIS is armed with butcher knives, captured weapons, and YouTube, whereas Iran could soon be armed with intercontinental ballistic missiles and nuclear bombs. We must always remember, I'll say it one more time, the greatest danger facing our world is the marriage of militant Islam with nuclear weapons. To defeat ISIS and let Iran get nuclear weapons would be to win the battle but lose the war. We can't.
All right, so for those of you who didn't know, I don't know how you wouldn't know, but Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu gave a speech in front of Congress middle of last week, I think. Anyway, we did run it in its entirety here on K98 Talk. I actually wound up deleting the feed, though, because for some reason we lost it for a couple of minutes, and then I was able to get it back, but I never could, even after I went back in and edited, get the dead air to go away. So at some point I did wind up pulling it down. But I do hope that for any of you that missed it, you were able to catch it up on our feed while it was there for a little bit. If you didn't, you can still find it on YouTube. I almost said Yoo-hoo. I must want chocolate flavored drink, not sure. But anyway, you can find it on YouTube. I would encourage you to go listen to it in its entirety if you have not. Even if you're not a fan of this man, you need to listen to this to counter some of the stuff that you're hearing in the media. Because the folks that came out against this particular speech, I don't think actually bothered to listen to the particular speech, and the president said as much. I hadn't had a chance to listen to the speech yet because I was on a conference call, but let me be clear, I have read the transcripts. No, he didn't actually say his catchphrase, but come on. When is it not? Well, I mean, it's no fun to, even for 30 seconds, try to pretend you're Obama without saying his catchphrase. And yes, I know, my Obama impression sucks. That's why I defer that kind of stuff to Jason DeWilkins. Also, one of the folks that we have mutual kind of a cross-promotion thing going on with is some folks over from the 405, which I didn't mention a minute ago. So yeah, like I said, we do have lots of stuff available, a lot of stuff that you typically would only find by going to single places. You can actually find usually all here in one little package on a daily basis, and we plan on getting that to the point where it's 24/7, always something on, always something streaming. Even if it's not necessarily live from our perspective, we still want to basically put as much out there as we can. But I digressed again. I know. I'm terrible with that lately. I don't know what it is. I can't seem to turn off the general manager portion of my brain, which is another reason why I decided to shorten these shows. I was hoping that might help. But anyway, so Bibi Netanyahu, he also said something very important, and I don't remember if this clip had it in there. In this instance, the enemy of your enemy is also your enemy. I think we need to broaden that perspective, just giving you my honest opinion. We have lived by the philosophy expounded upon in The Art of War for far too long, where the enemy of our enemy is our friend. And that is a very short-term philosophy. Because look at our history. We built up Saddam Hussein because at that time the enemy of our enemy was our friend. Then we wound up having to depose Saddam Hussein because at that point the friend that was once our friend was now our enemy. This is what happens inevitably over and over and over again. And I've said it before and I will say it again. If I had a time machine, one of the first things I would do is go back in time to this idiot that decided that we needed to be the world police. I'm not sure who you were, but I really would if I had the ability to have a time machine and go back to the day that you decided we needed to be the world police. I would hop out of what I hope would be shaped like a blue British police call box. Because come on, what fun would it be to have a time machine and not have it look like the TARDIS? And then I would punch you right square in the nose and I would hop right back in and I would fly away. Just because. Not saying it would stop the philosophy or anything, but I just want to punch you in the face. Because how many of our foreign policy debacles have started with the concept, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? And if that is the stance the Obama administration is taking, let's look at their foreign policy record before we start jumping on the let's make Iran a better place bandwagon. Nothing they have tried has worked. Nothing. He went on an apology tour. We were laughed at. He went on appeasement mission after appeasement mission. We were laughed at. This appeasement mentality started even before he took office. Look at what happened with North Korea. Now we are threatened on a daily basis by a little freaking midget. I mean, come on. The dude's what, 2.5 feet tall? He's got to climb a ladder to get into wherever he's going to sit. And he's like, oh, we're going to blow up the White House. America, evil place. We're going to make you pay. Why you not give me my nuclear weapons before now? Now I build intercontinental ballistic missile and I blow you off the face of the planet. Because I am Kim Jong-un. You will do these things that I have told you to do because I have told you to do them. Because I am the ruler of North Korea. And you will do them now. Or I make you pay. Yes, America, I'm coming after you. These are the things that we put up with when we don't do the things that we ought to do. Which is stop people from getting delusions of grandeur. Nobody should have allowed North Korea to get nuclear weapons. I don't care. When we're trying to convince the rest of the world that they need to get rid of their nuclear weapons, you're going to let this crazy-ass idiot get a hold of them, and now we're on the same path with Iran. Somebody tell me when the hell I woke up in the Twilight Zone. And I know I used that title last week. I'm not going to use it again. But I have to tell you, every day I turn on the news, and the first thing I think is, holy crap. At some point, Rod Serling is going to be standing off camera or standing off to my right, smoking a cigarette, telling everybody how somehow we have landed in the Twilight Zone. It's either that or I'm a fat old Quinn Mallory, because it's like every day I wake up and it's like I'm in a slightly different place than it was when I went to sleep. And it just seems like it's getting worse and worse and worse on a daily basis. And at this point, I don't even know what we're supposed to do to be able to fix it. I know what I'm going to keep doing is I'm going to keep fighting until I no longer have the ability to do so. And I will try to find like-minded people, and I will talk with these like-minded people, even if they may have slightly different political party affiliations than I do, to try to make people understand that we have more in common with each other than we do these idiots in D.C. But at this point, I have completely blown through our break time, so I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break. As soon as I get a few things queued up here, we'll be right back here in just a couple seconds.
K98talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98talk.com.
Hi, I'm Steve Long of Liberty Unfiltered. If you're tired of hearing the same Republican and Democrat banner from the mainstream media, join me on Wednesday nights at 9 H Central as I crawl out of the cesspool of partisan politics and bring the fight for freedom against the advocates of big government to the masses.
This is Misty, owner of Wax It Studio in Edmond, Oklahoma, and I'm here to talk to you about a skincare product called Theramedics. Theramedics has a wonderful line of products from anti-aging to hyperpigmentations all the way to acne. In fact, everyone at some point in our life is affected by acne. Acne can cause a great deal of embarrassment and anxiety, and in order to prevent and help other people, I have tapped into this wonderful product called Theramedics. Visit my website at www.prettyskindeep.com. Again, that's www.prettyskindeep.com.
Tune into The Family Factor with Denny C. every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday morning at 5 a.m. as he looks at all the challenges facing the family today. Denny will give you a refreshingly new look at tackling some of the biggest issues. So start your day off on the right foot with Denny C. and The Family Factor, right here on K98talk.com.
Calls, we got a pen and telephone to bypass all your laws. Political correctness will replace the Bill of Rights. Support religious freedom, lest you pray to Jesus Christ. The press is in our pockets cause it's no longer free. You cannot make a move now that the NSA can see.
All right, folks, we are back. We are live. This is America Off the Rails. I am your host, Rick Robinson. We will continue what I'm talking about, which is basically what the hell happened to the country when none of us were looking. I say that because there's been another interesting development in the whole my name is Chelsea and I used to be Bradley and I used to be an American soldier and now I want to be a woman. Apparently he's now being recognized by the U.S. military as a woman. Henceforth, everything that has anything to do with Mr. Bradley Manning will now legally, in the eyes of the Army and the U.S. military, be changed to Miss Chelsea Manning. So, yay! Now, not only are we getting to pay for his hormone therapy. Yes, I said his. We also have had him legally recognized as a woman. And yes, I still said his. I don't understand this. I really don't. And people are going to say that I'm crazy, but if we start looking at the whole concept of, whether you believe in God or not, let's just say for the sake of argument, everybody did. In this instance, we're basically admitting that God must have made a mistake. So something needed to be changed. Isn't this what led to the whole eugenics idea in the first place? Was the fact that we knew better than what God knew, so we needed to make things better on our own. This disturbs me. This entire concept disturbs me. Because, again, as I've mentioned, it wasn't as bad as some, so I was able to overcome it. I mean, and it may have even been a misdiagnosis, but I'm going to admit something on the air that I've never admitted to anyone before in quite some time, unless they're family members, because I was able to overcome most of it. And then as time went on, things happened where it's gotten worse again through physical injury and some other things that have happened. But I was diagnosed as a child with cerebral palsy. Now, granted, this was the 70s, and there were, like I said, and I've mentioned this before, it took me a while to start being able to walk more normally, and then through exercises and a few other things, I was able to get it to the point where you really couldn't tell that there was anything wrong with me. But the whole point is, if we live by this whole concept of, that God must make mistakes, so therefore man is obligated to fix said mistakes, there could have been things that might have been done to me or other people that were born like me that have even worse cases of it than I do. I mean, are we going to get to the point now where we're going to, oh, wait, who am I kidding? We're already there. They have these tests that they will run now that they'll say, well, because of the fact that there's a 97% chance that your child could be born with this, we are going to give you the option of continuing the pregnancy or terminating the pregnancy. So again, we are going along with the concept of we know better what we need than what God does. This is my problem with all of this. And this is the thing that will probably have me called homophobic until the day that I die. I will not judge you for wanting to love someone of the same sex. I will not judge you for wanting to spend the rest of your life with someone who is of the same sex. But I will tell you that as what we are predominantly supposed to be, which is spiritual creatures, if you spend all of your life focusing on that one part that makes you different, you are going to be missing out on so much more, which is why I think that stuff is in the scripture in the first place. It's to keep us from delving too deeply into the physical. That's why the scriptures plainly say you shouldn't lust after your neighbor's wife. You shouldn't do things that we do now on a daily basis. And yes, I've done them before marriage because it changes the way we are, and it changes the way we behave. And no, I'm not trying to preach to you. I'm just trying to make you understand this is the perspective that a lot of people have. And it's because we've made some of those mistakes. And we've looked back on things now and been like, man, maybe I should have waited until I actually found the right person. Because how much easier would my life have been if I hadn't been with Wendy Smith or Janet whatever. And at this point, I'm just completely making up names. Because, yeah, I don't roll that way, folks. But I'm just saying, how much easier would things have been if we would have just been with the one person that we had intended on spending the rest of our lives with? Because we wouldn't have had any other frame of references, for one. And for two, I mean, I know a few people that have tried it. They've been together for a very long time. There's been no talk of divorce. There's been no talk of, well, John was better than this guy when I was with him, so I'd rather go back to him. No, they fight through it and they work it out because that's what they decided to do from the get-go. And as someone who's been through a few bad relationships to get where I am now, that is the important thing that you always need to do. Regardless of what happens, you have to look at each other every day and say, regardless of how angry I may be with you at this very moment, I am going to find a way, and we are going to find a way to work through this because we're not giving up. That's what makes a marriage work. I don't care, gay, straight, whatever. If you can't find a way to get to work together, it's never going to happen anyway. So I think, and I've had friends of mine who are straight that have made jokes that I thought were kind of funny because, now we're going to probably have TV shows that pop up called Gay Divorce Court or a few other things where they're going to be like, man, things were easier before we were legal. Because, you don't know what you're getting yourself into. I'm just saying, you really don't. But anyway, that's a story for another day. But yeah, so needless to say, the U.S. military is now recognizing Bradley Manning as Chelsea Manning. Another WTF, or another file pulled from the WTF section is the Department of Justice and the Attorney General Eric Holder have determined that there was no wrongdoing in the Ferguson shooting incident by the officer involved. So my question is, where does Mr. Wilson go to get his good name back? Because you've already raked him over the coals, dragged him through the mud, you've made him an outcast, he can't even be a police officer anymore, and you ultimately find that at least in his particular instance, there was no wrongdoing. Of course, you still can't let it go there. No, we can't do that, because what we did find were a few emails that led us to believe that that entire department is racist. Come on. Because somebody types up an email they think is funny, all of a sudden they're a racist? How many bad emails do you have in your email box, Mr. Holder? How many things have you said that you hope never come to light, Mr. Holder, or Mr. Obama, or Mrs. Clinton? Because let's face it, you're obviously hiding something, because your entire State Department career was done using a private email which had no government access and no government disclosure. But I guarantee you, because of the hackers that are out there are people that know every little thing they ever need to know about your email, but not us. No, because you were too good to follow the letter of the law. You needed your own private server and your own private email domain, because who wants to have hillary.clinton.gov whatever for an email address, because that's beneath me. This is the same lady that tried to tell everybody that her and her husband were broke when they left the White House. They made $12 million the first year they were away from the White House. I'll take your version of broke over my version of broke any day, madam. Fork over the $12 million. I'll live very comfortably. That's not broke. That's nowhere near broke. I mean, when you're used to having, what was it? You guys were in there for what? Was it 8 years? Did we really get two terms of Clinton? God, have I already blocked out some of that? I think I might have. But anyway, I'm pretty sure it was 8 years. So I guess after 8 years of living on the government dole and having the taxpayers fund all of your vacations and your security and your food and everything else, I guess going back to a paltry $12 million must have made you feel kind of poor, huh? You're just a liar. I mean, you've lied about everything. Everything. You lied about the Benghazi incident. Even though you knew it was a terror attack, you tried to tell everybody it was something to do with a stupid video that my child at the time could have done a better job putting together. But it was because of the video. Never mind the fact that your own ambassador, who was a part of your department, was screaming via email, we need more security, we need this, there are things going on here, why is nobody responding to these emails? I've been sending them for weeks, been sending them for months. Wonder if he was sending them to the wrong address. Maybe that might explain why he never got a response. Was he trying to send them to a .gov address that you never used? Or did he know to use your private, special friends only email, the one that you technically weren't even really supposed to have? I mean, I've heard it both ways, and I honestly haven't researched it well enough to know for sure, but I will, because I've heard people say that she broke the law using that email. Then the other side of it says they simply broke protocol by using those emails, because they are allowed to have their own personal emails. They're just really not supposed to use them to discuss state business. Or in this case, federal government business. But I guess the jury will still be out on that one. Probably out forever, because Lord knows anybody that tries to stand up against the Clintons usually winds up... Yeah, you know what I'm thinking. Do your own research. How many people have disappeared after crossing that family? Come on now. I mean, you think Obama was the first one that had Chicago-style politics down to a science? I mean, come on. Let's be honest. Granted, he's kind of taken it to Chicago-style on steroids, because he's had the whole IRS targeting people, NSA monitoring people. So yeah, we've kind of slowly started turning into the IRS becoming the KGB. I mean, IRS, NSA kind of... I'm waiting for the day they merge, because then we will basically just have a KGB. And it's probably going to happen. It will at some point. I think they already kind of somewhat work under the same branch, because I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere the IRS was somewhere backdoored into the Department of Homeland Security. I hadn't looked into that. Maybe I should. It's probably not there. That would be too crazy. But who knows? But anyway, so we have all that going on. Of course, now, the police officer's been cleared. The Attorney General has found that there has been corruption in the Ferguson Police Department, rampant racism, 3 people have lost their jobs. 4 if you count the police officer who originally lost his job over the entire thing that probably shouldn't have in the first place. But, I had people calling me crazy because I stood with the police officers in that instance. I stood with the police officers because I've been in those situations. I've told you this before. I spent quite a bit of my life wearing a badge and a gun of one form or another. And I've been in the situation where you've kind of had to determine, am I going to do what I need to do to make sure I go home, or am I going to let this person beat the crap out of me? No, I've never actually had to shoot anyone, but I have had to draw my weapon before. It's a scary thought. When it gets to the point where you realize that within a half a second, I'm going to have to decide whether or not I'm going to end someone's life. Until you've been there, you really shouldn't be talking about it. And I'm pretty sure I know for a fact that someone like Eric Holder has probably never been there, so he probably should have just sat down and shut up instead of making things worse. And I know for a fact that I don't know. I don't even want to call him a reverend anymore, but Al Sharpton, I know for a fact, has never been in that type of a situation. Well, I say I know for a fact, but I don't know him personally, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty safe to bet he's never been in that type of a situation. So again, he probably should have just sat down and shut up until the truth came out about the entire story. So now my question is, can the businesses that were impacted by all this rioting and looting and everything else, now that the officer has been found innocent of any wrongdoing, can those businesses start suing the folks that incited the riots, since the city of Ferguson, Missouri, and their insurance policies have refused to cover any damages? Well, I know their insurance policies did. I don't know about the city. I don't know what their intentions are. But if it were me, and I was one of those business owners, I would be targeting Al Sharpton. Lord knows he's got quite a bit of money because he's not paying his taxes. And he owes over $9 million, I think. Spitballing that because I don't have the figure up in front of me, but I know he owes millions of dollars in taxes. So if I were some of these business owners, especially now that all of this kind of happened for all of the wrong reasons, because apparently, at least in this particular instance, even the heavily pressured Department of Justice, led by Eric Holder, couldn't find a single bit of wrongdoing for this particular officer, but they've managed to rake the whole department over the coals in the process, because you knew they were going to find something. They had to justify their time and the government expenses on something that never should have happened in the first place. You knew it was going to happen. Don't even try to tell me that you didn't know. I mean, come on. But anyway, so just to recap what we've covered today, because I'll probably save some of the other stuff that I'd planned on talking about for Monday, because I will be back with you then at 6 o'clock. I do plan on resuming full schedule and hopefully full streaming and playing of all the other content that we have available beginning Monday as well. It's been kind of broken lately because I've been trying to get back into the swing of things, and I just haven't really quite managed to get there one way or the other, but we are getting closer. Okay. But anyway, so just to kind of recap what we've talked about so far today, Hillary Clinton is a liar. Bradley Manning is now a woman, legally, according to the military. The Department of Justice is inept and led by a coward. Yes, I said it. Don't really care who heard it. The simple fact of the matter is none of this stuff should have happened in the first place. Al Sharpton is an idiot. Not sure why he still has a show on NBC or MSNBC, but hey, whatever, to each their own, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. And then we have, there's so many other things that, and most of it I will probably wait to deal with on Monday. But one other thing I wanted to touch on that we did talk about on, and I forgot, we were talking about the fact that if, that this plan with Iran is a complete and total bad idea. I've seen some stuff and I want to research it some more before I bring the numbers to you. But basically, from what I'm starting to see, if what I'm seeing is accurate, Iran is basically getting everything they want and we're getting nothing in return. This doesn't seem like a negotiation as much as it is an appeasement. And just in case, for those of you that were listening last week, I gave you a homework assignment. Did you ever happen to look where it was and look it up and see where it was that Valerie Jarrett was born? Did you? Just asking. 'Cause, if you haven't, you really need to. Not going to mention it today. Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Not going to do it. But I will tell you that by next week, I will give you the answer for anyone who wants to know and couldn't be bothered to look it up. It might surprise you, and it might also explain quite a few things that are going on with this whole appeasement process in the White House currently. Just throwing that out there. All right, folks, at this point, we're going to start shutting everything down for the day. It's getting to be about that time anyway, and that actually does conclude what I had planned on talking about for the most part, except for a few things that we will save for next week. So at this point, I am Rick Robinson signing off for the day. Do hope the rest of you, those of you tuning in today have enjoyed the shows, and I do hope you do enjoy the rest of your weekend. Don't forget, to later tonight, we will have Voices of Global Freedom Radio with Backpack and Yoda. Then we will working on getting back into the swing of things, so if there's a Red Pill reality show, I will have it up probably later tonight. We've been having one of the things that's kind of thrown us off, just for full disclosure, been having some issues getting the live feed of the Voices of Global Freedom Radio stuff to work well enough for me to be able to get it and stream it as it comes. So what I've been doing is just waiting for it to complete, downloading it and putting it up later, because BTR is not a very stable platform. It's one of the reasons why we moved away from it, because for what they charge you, anyway, that's another story. But yeah, so anyway, Voice of Global Freedom, they run from 4 to 6 Pacific. We usually try to air them usually about 8 to 10 here, because by that point it's done. I've been able to listen to it enough to know if there are any issues that I need to correct for. And then after that, we typically do Red Pill Reality for 3 hours. So usually that stuff runs from about 8 to 10 and then 10 to 1. Then, of course, tomorrow morning we will have Richard Harden, host of God's Pure Word of Faith, will be on live with you here from 6 to 8 and then in the morning. And then the Around the Ring show is actually moved, I do believe. He is doing his show here on Talk on Mondays, but he's also now been picked up by an all-wrestling station. So that show will also be airing there on Sundays. So Mondays here for the newest ones, Sundays there for the ones from the previous week. And it's just awesome. Everything's kind of starting to branch out here for us at the Spark. We're getting noticed by quite a few folks, getting some shows pushed out in opposite and other places. So it's always cool when that kind of stuff happens, because it makes you realize that some of the work you're doing, even if you're not always the one in front of the mic, does actually pan out, because people are starting to notice more and more things about what we're all doing. And again, because of, I know that's going on because I've been contacted by quite a few folks lately. Lots of different things in the works. One of the biggest ones I hope to have more news about here in just a little bit, but we're still finalizing a few things, trying to make sure everybody's still on the same page. We'll have more about that in the coming week or so, I do hope. But at this point, I am going to shut everything down for the weekend. Again, I am Rick Robinson. You have been listening to America Off the Rails, a production of the Spark Radio Network, and heard live every day except Sunday right here on K98Talk.com, our flagship station. And I will be back with you on Monday at 6 p.m. You guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. It's been my pleasure, and you guys take care, and God bless. Oh, and before I forget, because I haven't been doing this lately, and I want to start again. As I end every show, even if you disagree with me, it is time to put down the remote. It is time to get off the couch. It is time to find a way to get involved. I don't care if you are semi-ambulatory. For those of you who are wondering, that means you're barely able to walk. You can find a way to put together a blog. You can network through social media. There are ways that you can make a difference by standing up for what you believe in. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have to be one of the ones on the front lines leading the charge. But it does mean that if we don't start doing something soon, it's about to be too little, too late. I hate to tell you this, folks, but I don't know if we can survive another 4 years on the trajectory that we're in now. And if you've read the Bible, I don't know if we're supposed to, but I do know that I plan on fighting tooth and nail, kicking and screaming, because I'm not going to let this great nation go down in flames without trying to do something about it. I urge you to do the same thing. So find a way to get involved. Make contact with a politician whose ideas you agree with. Help them, fund them if you can. Donate your time even if you can't. Do something. But it's time to get involved, and it's time to get off the couch. Anyway, I am Rick Robinson, General Manager, K98Talk.com, founding partner and managing partner of the Spark Radio Network, and talk show host semi-extraordinaire. No, I'm just playing. I don't know. Everybody tells me that my shows are awesome. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I can't give myself any credit. It's always been an issue of mine. Anyway, folks, this is going to do it for me for today. I will be back with you Monday, and we are out. You guys take care.
Don't